Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature, everyone. And you are here with me, Alex, in Okakuyo. And of course, as we escape to nature, do remember that this is a live, interactive, immersive experience. So do send through your questions, your comments, things you want to know, things you want us to touch further on, or any points of interest you may have. This is, of course, your journey into the African wilderness and your safari. But of course, you are here with me, Alex, and we are in Okakuyo currently. What is a very green flushed Okakuyo at the moment. Lots of rain that obviously has fallen, and nice to see all of this grass that has now started to pop up throughout what at least we can see here in Okakuyo, but obviously in and amongst the concrete and of course around the waterhole itself. But let's take a look. I can see the Egyptian goose family. I'm also check in on them and the goslings. Hopefully all 6 are still present. I know that those in MC would hate to see a lost member because effectively it is tied to them. So we'll just have to wait and see. Good morning, Jamie. And yes, I also wonder what Mother Nature has in store for us. At least we do have the Egyptian goose family. But of course, I'm no soothsayer and I can't script the wild, but we'll just have to wait and see what does pop out. It looks like a little bit of a swimming lesson to start off. The Egyptian geese getting on with their day at least. So might just take some time just to see if all 6 of the goslings are here. But as I did say, it is a little bit overcast, and it is time for us to check and see what is going on with the weather across all the locations today. Are here 6 of the goslings, the 2 parents, and of course the little grebe that is just scooting in front of frame at the moment. Nice to always see the 2 of them, and synchronized swimmers that they are. They really are quite cool. But we have checked in and we have counted all of the Egyptian geese. I just want to come back out. Of course we'll probably see lots of blacks with lapwings here, and we'll pick up on any of the other bird life that is around too. Really quite a subdued morning at the moment. We'll just try and pick up if we can't see any springbuck. There generally are good numbers of them, but with this green flush, who decides to come through might be an interesting thing. But while I pan and scan around here, let us take a look and go and say good morning to Ralph and Amakala and see what's going on with him and Morgan.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the Amakala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, where once again we've been able to catch up with the 3 Amigo cheetah. It seems they did cross through the tunnel last night and they're in the Northern Territories. It was very late last night where we heard some guinea fowl alarm calling, and I was suspicious that it may have been them. Surprise, surprise, it was. They're about 300 meters away from where we stay, so wonderful to wake up, come down the road and catch up with them. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Morgan. Good morning, and good morning to all of you. So, catching up with our 3 boys, it seems that early this morning they even caught themselves a baby black wildebeest. So I think they've got full bellies and they're just lying up below that common guarri bush that you'll see just next to them. So we have been spending a lot of time with these guys, and my idea this morning, we'll see what happens, because they look like they might have had a big feed already. So it's going to be very hot once again. Yesterday evening, later on in the afternoon, we had an almighty storm here. There was a lot of rain, lots of lightning. And so it did cool things down a bit, but the sun has come out again this morning and it is very hot, it's humid, and we'll see. Maybe these guys aren't going to be very active at all. So we'll spend a couple of hours with them, we'll see what they get up to, and they're getting up currently now, looking around. And if they don't get too active, well, then we'll move on and see what else we can find. But for now, I think a good start to the morning. They have already had a big feed, but apparently, before we got here, they were still hunting again. So this is the wonderful nature of cheetah and why it's always worthwhile following them. Brandy, what an absolutely brilliant start to the day. And it would really be rude if I didn't come up the road and catch up with them, especially when they're sitting so close to where we sleep. So who else can say that in their backyard they've got 3 cheetah walking around? Well, Morgan and I can. Can you? Well, I think it's a privilege, and it's wonderful for us to be able to do that. So they're really going from stride to stride. They have done fantastically well on the hunting front. Yesterday they did try themselves out on a big kudu bull, which he pretty much laughed at them and ended up barking and giving their position away. But it's pretty much like they go for anything that moves. So if it's big, they still go for it. But it seems like they also, with the random zigzagging nature of the way that they walk, they've also managed to bump some of the smaller kind and been able to take them out. So that lovely bush that they're lying under is a common guarri, and the Latin name for that is Euclea crispa. So Crystal, yeah, hooray for full bellies. Absolutely. And with them having full bellies, these guys are just going to get bigger and stronger, and the experience gained is going to be invaluable. So while they're lying down, I just want to chat about that bush that they're under, because we see a lot of these exact trees or bushes that they are lying next to. That is one of the more common plants that we find in this particular area, in the Albany thicket, and it is the Euclea crispa. Now, it is quite a common bush that does occur pretty much across southern Africa, but not in the higher lying areas. And in southern Africa, the ebony family, or Ebenacea, is represented by 2 genera, namely the Euclea and the Diospyros. So the Euclea, obviously this one, and the genus name Euclea means to be of good report or to be famous, from the Greek Eukleia, which is derived from eu, meaning good, and kleos, meaning report. And it's suspected that this is perhaps refers to the good quality ebony type wood of some of the Euclea species. The specific name of the crispa refers to the leaves, which are very crisp when you break them. And it's undoubtedly pollinated by insects such as bees, who visit the scented flowers in abundance. This bush is also used by people or animals in one way or another. It yields excellent firewood that produces long-lasting coals, and there are quite a number of other uses that I'll explain in a little bit. So it's already probably around 30 degrees Celsius, and we can feel the humidity rising as well. It's been very sticky the last few days, having reached over 40 degrees in probably the last 3 days or so. This morning I think is going to be up there as well. So we're preparing ourselves for a nice scorcher. Doesn't bode well for lots of activity as it does get hotter and hotter, the activity of pretty much most, if not all, bar the reptiles, becomes very low. But we have seen lots and lots of tortoises that have been out on the roads when it's very hot like this. They've got their solar panels out and they've been charging, and so we see them chasing each other about. There's been some mating geometric tortoises that we've seen, but when they do see us, especially when it's hot and they've got lots of energy, they quickly move off the road. So we haven't been able to actually put any of them on camera as of yet, but I'm going to try. Lots of leopard tortoises and the geometric tortoises, which don't grow as big as the leopard, but also very common around these parts, especially when the sun is out and it's hot like it is today. So that common guarri bush that they're under, it's called a common guarri because it sort of occurs in a lot more areas around South Africa in comparison to the likes of Euclea divinorum or the magic guarri that you find up in the Lowveld. And so this one is more widespread, but it is obviously very similar looking as well, very wavy leaves. But the leaves are also used as fodder for stock, antelope, and small herbivorous mammals, while the fruits are eaten by birds, antelope, and humans, although not very tasty. The hard brown heartwood is heavy and closed-grained, which make it durable and strong and a suitable species for making fencing posts. The bark contains suitable quantities of tannin and is used to ease headaches, while the roots provide a remedy for toothache and heart-related ailments. Alternatively, the roots, when used as a powder, can be a drastic purgative, and in the Western Cape, leaf preparations are taken orally to treat diarrhea and disorders of the stomach, and as a gargle to relieve throat ailments such as tonsillitis. So lots of very interesting uses that we have for that very common plant that we find in these parts, especially here in the Albany thicket, and that is now providing shade to our three amigos. So Olivia, the offenness of or how regularly cheetah hunt all depends on what they have hunted previously and how much they've eaten of it. So if they have a big feed today, maybe they won't hunt tomorrow. But in general, it's every other day, or depending on what they're fed on, it could even be every day. It also depends on the climatic conditions. When it's very hot, like it looks like it's going to be today again, maybe they'll just relax in the shade, especially after a big feed. So maybe they might only hunt tomorrow or even the day after. But they really do regularly hunt, even after a big feed. So it all depends how they're feeling and the climatic conditions and what becomes available. They have just fed this morning, but if a daycare had to present itself here nearby and there was an opportunity to grab it easily, they'll definitely go for it. So they're opportunists, and if that opportunity does present itself, they'll definitely take it. So it's still worth sitting here watching and seeing if anything happens with them. But the likeliness has decreased because they've already fed this morning. However, we know from cheetah anything's possible. So that's why it's still worth hanging around and seeing if they spot something that comes out the bushes here nearby. Who knows? yesterday we were with them quite a lot, and they were marking, which is the first time that I've seen them doing that, marking and spraying on a nice man-made signpost, which is the sort of like game reserve blocks where they put on different directions to camps, etc. It's like where they brick up almost a pyramid type post. They jumped on top of it, they defecated on top of it, they sprayed on it, and so for me that's the first time I've seen them fully marking. Even though it was a man-made structure, it was a prominent structure, and so it's very nice to see them doing that as well. So they are actively now starting to mark their territory. A little bit of a breeze coming through from the west. It doesn't help to cool things down when it comes from the west, especially when it's got a bit of a southwest on it, because that sort of comes over from the Karoo, and it's bringing with it hot air, as opposed to if it comes through from the east, then it comes off the ocean, and then we get a nice relieving cold or cooler breeze. But right now the wind isn't helping much to alleviate the hot temperature. But I must say, yesterday's storm was incredible. It was a beautiful lightning show, and we got to sit and watch it while it was pouring down with rain. So Tina, I would say that cheetah are probably more successful at hunting than lions are in terms of how many hunts they or targets that they lock onto, and then when they are successful in the chase and the hunt and the kill. Um, but they're probably quite similar to the success rate of leopards. However, these are youngsters, so they're still learning, and they're not very experienced with the hunting. So their success rate is probably quite a lot less than an experienced adult. They're about 18 to 20 months old, and so they're still not fully matured, and they're not very experienced with hunting. But as we've seen, and it's been shown, that doesn't mean they're not going to bring animals down. They are fully self-sufficient, and they've been doing fantastically well. So I think it's just going to get better and better, and their success rate is going to increase substantially as the days go by. Lovely team of three, though, and as soon as they start working together better, they're going to start being more and more successful. Just looking from a grass perspective where we are, this looks like a bit of a disturbed copy or part of the landscape that we're sitting on. Lots of Aristida congesta, or the tassel 3 on, which is one of the pioneer species of grass. Looks like there's also sawtooth lovegrass, which is one of the Eragrostis species, and similar. It's quite unpalatable, not very good nutrition for the animals that graze through. So it's one of those species that really helps to re-establish and bring back a lot of organic material into the soil, etc. And it does push the animals away because it's not very palatable, doesn't taste very nice. So once this then succeeds, and you'll start to later have more of the palatable species, such as the red grass or Tomida triandra. There's a little bit of it dotted around, but as the years go by and this area is re-established, we'll start to have more and more of the palatable species coming through. Anyway, while we sit and wait and see if these cheetah become active, I think let's head you on over to Alex and see if there's anything active on the dam cams.
Thanks, Rolf. And yes, we've come across to Djuma now. And just having a look to see what's going on. But it does look like it is going to be rather warm here in Djuma today. And I'm sure this afternoon is going to be pretty warm. But the other Egyptian goose family is here. You can see how big those goslings are in comparison to the ones in Okakuyo. Sounds like a greenback Cameroptera calling in the background. Really quite cool to see. So these Egyptian geese goslings, they do kind of fledge at around 2 to 2.5 months of age, and these guys getting pretty close on that at least. So they're probably around a month or so older than those in Okakuyo. Just great to see how big they've really got. So 2 of them left here, 6 obviously in Okakuyo. Pretty cool just to see anyway. Nice to see how quickly they do grow, and of course as they hatch, being precocial, they do then start to graze or basically forage for those little bits of vegetation, and that of course they do take little invertebrates as well, but predominantly then little grass shoots and that have been popping up around the waterholes as well. So interesting to see. Hi Jenny, so that probably does depend on the habitat or the area of the bird and type of bird that we are looking for. But for many, they would probably say the Narina trogon. They are also known to kind of turn their backs on you as well, and they do hide in thick green foliage too. So my bet would probably be Narina trogon. There's a number of birds though that I have been searching for a while and am yet to find. Sometimes there's also seasonal movement in that as well, so it can be quite a journey. But Narina trogon, probably one of the prettiest birds, but also probably one of the hardest to find as well. But as I said, it does depend on the type of bird you're looking for. It also does depend on the area you are in as to what birds might be present too. So a couple of blacksmith lapwing here. You can see 3 of them. Let's have a look.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
So after a little scan around, quite clearly not too much going on. But we're here with our Egyptian goose family. The two goslings taking it easy right now. And even the parents kind of conserving energy, balancing on that one leg. One on their right being the male, the one on the left being the female. Male generally having a thicker neck than the females, also just being a little bit bigger in body size. But nice audio of the Woodlands kingfisher. And as I said, it's a quiet moment here with the Egyptian geese. So after a quiet interlude here with our Egyptian geese, it's time for us to check in and say good morning to Nick down in Kariega.
Good morning from Kariega, where the blue skies are starting to make an appearance, and it is definitely a continuation of the heat. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. Yeah, I think today is going to be another steamer. We had some clouds to start off with this morning, and those are quickly being burnt off. Blue skies coming out, temperatures starting to get right up there, and I think the water holes are going to be the place to be today. Talking about the place to be, we right next to Scotia Dam here, just about 40-50 meters on the right hand side of these two giraffe that we can see. Just having a friendly sparring session. You can see that one closest to us, how he's put his front legs out, bracing himself a little bit there, and there's just that almost like rhythmic swaying of the head. It's nothing too ferocious or vicious at the moment. And a nice male Nyala moving right in the distance at the back there. Danny, 100% beautiful way to start the day here. And yeah, there are one or two more giraffe, kind of slightly more to the north of these two. But a beautiful way to start the day here.
So, sorry, we did lose Nick there, unfortunately. We will be back with him momentarily. However, we are back in Okakuyo. And we have some egrets that have decided to join the fray. I do just want to try and ID them correctly. We did have yellow-billed the other day. And we'll just have a look to see who is here. So sometimes a little bit tough here on these feeds because obviously with things moving around, quite tough to have a look properly. Quite clearly also just enjoying the green flush that is around here. And of course, any bits of new vegetation, of course, any little insects and invertebrates and that might have come through as well. So a plethora of food for birds and herbivores alike. Of course, with all of this, there is seasonal droppings of lambs and calves as well. And that definitely aids the predators too. So nice just to see. Hi Rose Candy, thanks for your question. And effectively, the word lapwing comes from England, and quite an old kind of way, but it has to do with the flight of the bird itself. So it's basically a characteristic of its flight, and the word lapwing was then coined in Britain many years ago. Of course, there are different types of lapwing throughout the world. But the word lapwing coming from a couple of centuries ago. That is where it was then found, and it's due to the flight pattern of the bird. So to me, it does look like yellow-billed egrets as well. Of course, if you have a different opinion, please let me know. Okay, it does look like it is that. I'm going to come back out. You will hear the audio, obviously, of the helmeted guinea fowl. Lots of them around here, and very good alarm for any form of herbivore or anything that might fall prey to a predator. They do go off like a bag of cats when there is anything that might be dangerous around as well. So lots of these egrets around. Great to see. Literally dotted throughout. So quite cool how everything in the dynamic does change so quickly. So just waiting to see if there's any mammalian life that might come through. At least when I was last here, lots of springbuck, but with it being overcast, perhaps we will have to wait. So a game of patience underway. And no complaints, because we do have quite a bit of bird life around. And of course, a rather relaxing day ahead of us. Hi Mandy, that's a very good question. Mandy wanting to know if all birds are considered to be social. And while there are a number of birds that are monogamous, some obviously are polyamorous as well. And there are some that are of course quite solitary too. But of course they do need to breed. So it's not necessary that all birds are considered social, because we do have others that will kind of just remain in their pairs and become territorial as well. So I suppose how you want to frame social is really how we go about it, but I would say then that would mean more than two in a gathering. And it's quite possible for birds to be territorial or even then found solitary as well. So a number of the predatory birds, owls in particular, being like that, being rather territorial. So I would say it really does depend on the type of bird, if you want to consider it social or not. So the lapwings clearly calling at the moment. One of those southernmost weavers as well. And I suppose time for us just to have a little pan and scan just to see if there is anything coming out of the tree line. Of course, the Mapani thicket that is up there. So Mapani and what is the old acacia. Looks like the cloud cover is slowly burning off. So with that happening, with some heat coming through, perhaps we'll get a few members coming through to the waterhole as well today. It doesn't look like too much movement. I'm going to try and find our Egyptian goose family because they are pretty active at the moment, and why not spend some time with them? Looks like they're across on the other side of the waterhole at the moment. Just going to zoom in. But while we try and locate, well, we have located the Egyptian goose family now. Of course, this is a live and immersive experience, and if you have joined us, this is your journey into the African wilderness with us. So if you have any questions, comments, things you'd like to know, points of interest, of course, if you want us to touch further on anything, do let us know. It's always great to interact with anyone that has decided to come and escape to nature with us. So please do get your typing fingers ready and get anything you wish to know sent through to us. Fortunately, it isn't too windy and a rather relaxing time spent with our Egyptian goose family at the moment. So while we do sit here with these Egyptian goose, you will notice the odd blacksmith lapwing coming through the frame as well. As I said, the wind has kind of tailed off. Maybe a bit of a breeze, but nothing too hectic. And a nice way just to relax and spend some time with our goose family. While we sit here with the blacksmith lapwing, the Egyptian geese, nice to just listen to the helmeted guinea fowl as well. Again, we'll just spend some time sitting and relaxing with them. Just not too much else going on here at Okakuya at the moment. So we're just spending a quiet moment here with our Egyptian goose family. We did have a little pan and scan around, not too much else going on. And just seeing what goes on with them when the next swimming lesson commences, or if they decide to have a little forage around the water's edge. So we'll just wait to see what happens. Also pick up the audio of the spur file as well. So from one relaxing family to another threesome, the Amigos with Rolf in Amakhala.
Much movement from our three amigos, except for a few irritated tail swishes from these boys. So we're going to give them another hour or so and see if anything happens. But as it gets hotter, my feeling is that they're going to do less and less. So the heads up, well, there's one of their heads up now, but I think a little bit later they might all just go down and have a nice snooze. It's generally what the animals do when it gets very hot. So if in the next hour we don't get any activity, maybe we'll go and look and see if the elephants have gone down for a wallow, or if there's any other animals next to the water holes. That's probably the best place to go when it's really hot like this, where the animals then are coming down to quench their thirsts and maybe have a bit of a spray or lie in the water, etc. So good call to go next to the water hole when it's very hot. So we'll see. Maybe we'll go and do that. Not too long. But worthwhile just sticking around here a little bit longer, just to see. You never know. Yesterday, as Murphy always states, it's when you leave that things happen. And that's exactly what happened when we left the cheetah. It wasn't yesterday, it was the day before. We were with them for about close on 5 hours. We left them for about an hour. We came back and they all had blood around their faces. So we had just missed, I think, a little snack that they got. Maybe it was a scrub hare. Maybe it was a little piglet, warthog. Who knows? But they definitely had something to eat in the little time that we left them. So just staying and hoping that they actually do something like that while we're with them is the hope. We're the only ones here now, and all the game drive vehicles have gone back for their breakfasts at the lodges. So Heather, I wouldn't say they're picky eaters, because they pretty much eat most of the carcass. Like the other day, we saw them when they killed a duiker, and they flattened it. The only thing they left was the front legs and the stomach. So they don't eat the stomach because it's full of grass normally, or maybe some leaves as well, depending on which animal it is. But other than that, they generally, when they do kill an animal, they go straight for the organs because they're rich in protein and probably also taste nice. I think the animals aren't particularly thinking, I should eat that part because it's going to give me more energy. I don't think it's that far thought through. I think it's just an instinctive way for them to enjoy the flavor and go for those particular parts, but in so doing, they're going for the most rich parts, so that if they do get bumped off, at least they've gotten through that. And that goes a lot further than the flesh. Once they've eaten the organs and they're not chased off and they're still hungry, they will then devour pretty much everything on a carcass. We saw the eland baby that they killed, which was a big kill for them, and they ate pretty much all of that as well. They ate their fill. But as I say, generally they open it up straight away, eat the liver, the kidneys, the heart, the lungs, and they do also, if they can, break open the skull and eat the brains. No, it's not nice to think about, but this is the reality. That's what they do. But that's the head, sort of like with the eland, they left the head. and they ate the organs and as much flesh as they could swallow down. They say that the cheetah can eat in excess of 5 kilograms of meat in one sitting. And it's incredible to watch them when they do actually feed, because they bite and swallow. There's hardly any chewing, if any at all. As this one now is set up for us. Brilliant. See, you never know what's going to happen with cheetah. If this was lions, I think we would have got just a quick update on them and then we would have left. But because it's cheetah, it's well worth your while to hang around. You never know what's going to happen. If they spot something now, we could witness a hunt. But you can see a bit of panting. That's probably digesting the meat that they've already consumed, as well as the heat that is now starting to rise. So Alice, yes, that is when there will be conflict between the three. It's generally over females, but what you can find is if there's not one particularly dominant between them, and even if there is, you can find if there's a female that comes into the area, or they identify one that is a potential mate, you might even find that all three mate with the female. So in so doing, they all three think that the cubs will be theirs, so they'll sort of help defend against any intruders. And then it also secures a very good mix of genetics for the female that size the cubs. So it works in roundabouts. But they can have conflict there, and one might want to have exclusivity with the female. And you can then find sometimes they might split a little bit and not spend as much time with each other, and one sneakily goes off to mate with the female, returns to them, and then an alternative one might do the same. And they all think that they're getting exclusivity with the female. Meanwhile, all three of them can mate with the female that comes in. But that's just looking at different options or possibilities. And we've seen it with the Fast Five or the Magnificent Five in the Masai Mara, where there has been females, and we've seen that kind of phenomenon out at play, where a number of them actually mated with singular females. So, yeah, it's all possible. They could fight even, they could split, or they could all three just join in on that. So there's a few different possibilities that can happen when a female comes, but you do know that there is going to be a level of conflict and competition when that happens. For now, though, it's all about just growing up, getting the experience, getting as much food in them as possible, enough protein and calories to continue on their growth pattern or form. I would say about 6 months or so before they're fully mature. They're going to get a lot more beef around the shoulders and the neck. So Raymond, the teeth structure, it is very interesting because we've also been chatting about different teeth structure in antelope. And I just want to do a little bit of research here and see how much difference there is. Obviously, they're a lot smaller than lions, but they say that like most big cats, such as lions, adult cheetah have 30 teeth, 16 in their upper jaw and 14 in the lower jaw. They've got 12 incisors, 6 on each jaw, 4 canines, 2 on each jaw, 4 molars, 2 on each jaw, and 10 premolars, 6 on the upper jaw and 4 on the lower. So very similar to that of lions, but obviously not quite as big. Lions, the size of lions' teeth and head and jaw is obviously probably more than double the size, if not 3 times the size of cheetahs. And they say that big cats such as lions, tigers, and cheetahs have some of the sharpest canine teeth in the animal kingdom. These long dagger-like weapons are used to stab, biting down deeply into the throats of prey to bring them down and obviously throttle them and kill them. So, very important weapons that they have in their mouth. And obviously if a cheetah had to lose its teeth, especially those canines, it would struggle to kill animals and could almost mean its fatality. So a kick to the mouth of a cheetah from a zebra, for instance, could knock some teeth out and could be disastrous for them. So they need to be very careful in choosing which animals they're going to take down as well. So Samuel, cheetah do have very good hearing. It's not their primary sense, but you'll see that they do pick up a lot of noises as well. So they'll use their senses, both their smell, their sight, which is incredible, as well as their hearing. So just one of the science journals that I'm reading, there's one by Matt Warren, and he says that cheetah's ears are crucial for catching dinner. A large vestibular system helps the animal maintain posture while chasing its prey. That's interesting. Obviously that's down to its balance. And cheetah are built for running with long limbs and powerful muscles that propel it along its chases down its prey. But a new study has found that the world's fastest land mammal has another less obvious adaptation hidden away in its inner ear. Scientists suspected that the cheetah might also rely on a specialized vestibular system, the part of the inner ear that detects head movements and helps animals maintain their gaze and posture. Using computerized tomography scans, they created detailed 3D images of the inner ear from the skulls of cheetah and other cat species, from leopards to domestic cats. They found that the vestibular system took up a much greater part of the inner ear in cheetahs than in any other cat. The cheetah also had elongated semicircular canals, parts of the system involved in head movement and eye direction. These features help the animal catch dinner by letting it keep its head still and its eyes on the prize, even when the rest of its body is rapidly moving. The extinct giant cheetah, however, did not have the same features, suggesting that the distinct vestibular system evolved fairly recently. It's quite an interesting study. So it's not so much to do with actually hearing the animal, but all down to that very intricate vestibular system. So for me, in terms of identifying a target, is mostly down to sight in cheetah, but also smell. They can pick up when they're lying in or just next to a thicket like this. Very often they may not have seen something, but they smell it first, and then they look to identify it through sight. So it can be the primary or the first way that they actually pick up an animal. Sometimes is through smell, but definitely one of the carnivores that really rely on sight.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
ravens is starting to call as well. They may be going to have a bit of a bite on the carcass that was left of the black wildebeest. I'm not exactly sure where that is, but I can hear the crows and they might lead me to the carcass itself. We'll see if that actually happens. Normally when a few of them come in, it's similar to the vultures and bateleurs and things that you may find up in the Lowveld, and they very often lead you to where animals such as cheetah or lions or leopards have made a kill, and they come in to scavenge off those carcasses. So you can, as a guide or anybody going out on safari, you can also use those animals to help you lock in to where there's predators having made a kill. We try to use all those different signs, animals alarm calling, such as what we heard last night with a guinea fowl in the middle of the night. It's very strange for guinea fowl to be calling when they're roosting, other than if there's something that's disturbed them. And when we heard the guinea fowl last night, I was thinking, is that them? And seemingly it was. So if we had have gone out with the spotlight, we would have probably picked them up right near to where the guinea fowl were alarm calling. So, Matt, I'm pretty sure that cheetah don't have a particular mating season, but let's check. I think it's pretty much all year. Let's just check. Yeah, as I suspected, and it just confirmed that breeding occurs throughout the year. And they say that females, as I've also sort of spoken about, they're polyestrous, with the typical estrus cycle lasting 12 days, in which the female will be on heat for 1 to 3 days. And female cheetahs may mate with more than one male. And that's what we were saying, because it does help in the security of the males then thinking that they have sired those young, as well as a nice mix of genetics. So, but all year they can give birth. And they say that male cheetahs that encounter a female in estrus will stay with her and mate up to 3 days, at intervals throughout the day. Crystal, always a pleasure. Thanks for jumping on board with us and joining us on Escape to Nature. So, touché. Now, just going a bit further, cheetah females have a gestation period of between 92 and 95 days. So, that's a little over 3 months. And we know with most of the predators, very short gestation period, and they have so they don't have to carry those young for a long period, and also then getting very heavy. So a lot of the development of the young is once they've been born, so outside of the female itself. And they can give birth to a litter of approximately 3 to 5 cubs. That's in general, but we've seen that I think the most known, or the highest amount of cubs that is known, I think, is 9. So that's a lot of babies, but generally not all of them will survive, especially when a cheetah is given birth to 9. I would say if half of that survive, that's a lot still. And they weigh about 250 grams when they're born. And they are completely altricial, which means their eyes are closed, they're very helpless and blind at birth. But they develop very rapidly, and within 10 days their eyes have opened, and they begin to crawl around in the sort of nest or den area. By 3 weeks old, their teeth have broken through their gums. And due to the dangers posed by other predators, the female will move the cubs to a new den every few days. So lots of movement. And that's a risky business as well when they do that. But they try to mitigate the risk of staying in one place by shifting around a lot. And so that's their tactic of trying to eliminate being spotted or being killed by other predators. For the first 6 weeks, the mother will leave them alone most of the time, which allows her to then go off and hunt. And she'll have to very often travel long distances to catch prey, so she can leave them for long periods. And that's when the cub mortality is very high, and up to 90% of cubs actually die in the wild. Once they've reached 6 weeks, and after that point, they start to follow the mother around, and then they also eat meat from the kills that she successfully takes down. And then from that point, they'll be inseparable. So once she can get them past that 6 weeks period, there's a much better chance of them surviving. But still, when they're moving around with the mother, they can be spotted and easily chased down by other predators. The babies, they do have a very dark fur, and the spots that blend, that they're almost barely visible. And they actually say that they do mimic honey badgers, which, because of their notorious reputation for being aggressive, it's in aid of trying to scare off predators, especially maybe when they see them from far and then they think it's honey badgers and then they don't go in to kill them. They do have a mantle, which is, I think, that sort of fur along the top of the neck and the back, and they say that that's thought to help regulate the cub's temperature against rain and the heat of the sun, and that mantle starts to disappear at around 4.5–5 months. The last traces of it are still present at over 2 years of age. We can still see a little bit of that mantle, which is what I often speak about, with that fluffy part around the neck of the cheetah. Anyway, these guys are still very immobile. Let's wait and see. Maybe we'll wait here for another half an hour and see if they get up. But in the meantime, off you go, just over the hill and over the river to Nick.
And up over the hills and through the valleys and down to Scotia Dam we've come. Slightly further to the north of it, we've got a lovely journey of giraffe here. So definitely nobody yet sort of in that nice shady spot of our Scotia tree. But these two going for a little bit of a morning gander. And it is definitely warming up a lot. And I wouldn't be surprised if these giraffe do end up heading back to Scotia Dam to have a drink. You can see we've got one or two zebras starting to make their way across. So these giraffe have come from the more sort of southern end of the clearing, and yeah, they didn't really stop off at Scotia Dam to have much of a drink. So maybe not feeling the heat so much quite yet. But I'm sure that they will inevitably be getting there soon enough. Deborah, the males will use it more than females for fighting. Remember, for females, there's not really much fighting that goes on between them. So it'll be more for the males. But when they do use their ossicones, their horns, yeah, they will definitely use it for fighting, 100%. Remember, in terms of a female giraffe, if she's got maybe like a youngster that she's wanting to protect, she's got a mean kick, a very powerful kick, and she's more than likely going to be using that kick rather than her ossicones. Remember, for her to try and connect with something potentially smaller, lower to the ground at shoulder height like a lion, it's quite challenging for quite a tall animal. So she would use her powerful kick. I think this giraffe just slowly ruminating away here. So you can see just on the other side of this giraffe that there is a little bit of a ridge there, and there's a beautiful breeze just coming up across that ridge there, and I'm sure with that giraffe being so much taller, it's definitely getting a lot of that breeze. It's definitely hitting me, and I'm a little bit further away, and it is a delightful little breeze. It is so warm today. If I can zoom out and show, we've got some zebra in the foreground, and this male, it looks to be sort of doing a lot of displaying, just to double check and see what the condition of the female is there. Walking in synchrony. I think he kind of stopped by her, and he was just doing a bit of analysing, curling back that lip and seeing what's happening. But nothing came about from it there. Yeah, so you can see from this angle, looking at this giraffe, at the horns, at the ossicones, you can see how there's no hair. Right at the top there, in the middle, there's a little bald spot. So that's one of the ways that we can tell that this is a male giraffe. Remember, the females will have a lot more sort of tufted hair, tufted black hair on the top of those horns there. He's still a relatively young one, this one. So he's got a bit of growing and developing to do. And he's quite happy just to rest here. It looks like the rest of the journey has moved onwards and upwards. Yeah, so like we said, in terms of body size, he's still gonna fill out a little bit more. In terms of height, maybe slightly more as well. I mean, he's quite tall already. But I feel like he can maybe grow a little bit taller. Remember, giraffe will get closer to about 5.5 meters for the males when they're fully grown. I feel like looking at his tail, the longer black hairs on his tail, I feel like that can those can even grow a little bit longer. But maybe we're being overcritical of his condition here. So we talked about that little ridge line on the other side of him, behind him, that wind is coming up across. If you go down over that ridge line into that next valley, that takes us down into the Kariga River. And lining the banks of that Kariga River there will be lots and lots of acacia species. So remember, those are a firm favorite for the giraffe. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the giraffe that we've been having a look at now maybe head down in that direction there. You remember, those acacias very nutrient rich, protected by the thorns. That's the defense for the acacia trees. So remember, giraffe have got a nice, very long tongue. Very sort of viscous saliva as well to protect their mouths. Crystal, it is a beautiful view. I'm glad you're enjoying it. A lovely way to start our escape to nature here at Kariga. Yeah, so like I was saying, maybe he will head down onto the banks of that Kariga River there. In terms of drinking from the river itself, it's going to be a little bit trickier just because it's very dense vegetation there. I feel like something like Scotia Dam, that's a little bit more open, is going to be slightly easier for a giraffe like this to drink. Can scan around, look for potential threats, but also I feel like footing is going to be a whole lot easier. Remember, he will brace himself, put those legs, splay them right out to the side. And on the banks of the river, it's going to be very dense, so you might have a little bit of difficulty doing that. I feel like down by the river there will be lots of rocks and things there as well, with a lot of those spots being shaded, so there could be algae in those rocks, making them slippery. Fiona, thanks for the question. No, not that I've ever heard of a giraffe being sunburnt. You will find some giraffes that are darker in color than others. That's just genetics in terms of that coloration. You'll find some male giraffe almost slightly blackish on the neck and the chest and certain areas like that, but that's not from anything like sunburn. Giraffes are not going to sort of cover themselves in mud like a rhino would or a buffalo would. I guess it would be very hard even if it wanted to. But no, they do not get sunburnt. You can see this one's quite happy just to be resting in the sun here. Very peaceful scene, this. Ron, giraffes have got very good eyesight. Obviously, with them being a lot taller than other animals, that definitely helps as well. So they've got very, very good eyesight. A big sort of open clearing where we are now. So sort of Scotia Dam is slap bang in the middle of it. And to the closest, sort of the edge of the thicket would be sort of 300-400 meters away. They'll be able to see that far very easily. In a big open area like this. So they've got very, very good eyesight. I would say something like a baboon, a chacma baboon, has probably got better eyesight than a giraffe. But a giraffe does have very, very good eyesight. Sense of smell, also very good. but I feel like their main sense is going to be eyesight. Often when you're driving around, giraffe will often show you or give you an indication that there is some type of predator in the area. They will all kind of stop what they're doing. They won't feed. All their ears will sort of face forward. Often the giraffe will bunch together, and they just stare in the direction of whatever's there. Potentially lion or something like that. And that kind of gives away that there could be something there. But nice to get a good view of giraffe again. It's actually been a few days since we've been able to get them right out in the open. I feel like it's now been sort of 3-4 days or so. It's been quite difficult. Yeah. Maybe see if I can just take us around here, and let me see if I can show you what's happening at Scotia Dam itself. It looks like there's quite a bit of activity that's going on here. Lots of impala coming down. Yeah, look at that. Plenty of zebra. Matt, they will kind of, I guess they can rest while they're standing, but in terms of having a more thorough, restful period, they will sit down. So they will kind of bend their legs inwards, but when they sit down, they will keep their neck and their head up. So they're not going to lie completely parallel to the ground. They've got quite poor valves at the top of their neck, and blood. It will kind of just accumulate in the head, and they're really going to struggle. They could essentially pass out quite easily. So they will keep that neck up, keep that head up, and that's how they will sleep. That's how they will rest. If you look at humans, we'll sleep for a good 8 hours or so, hopefully in one go, not sort of stagnated. But a lot of the animals out here, they don't rest that way. They don't sleep that way. Close the eyes for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, open them, look around, just double check everything's safe. So in shorter little intervals. Wow, but how's this for a view, huh? This is incredible. Plenty of animals here. So Rolf has been talking about the heat that we've been having recently over the past few days, and I mean, you can just see this waterhole now. This is Scotia Dam, is like an absolute magnet to all these animals here. I mean, look at that, just in one frame like this. Look at the amount of impala that we've got. There must be easily sort of 20-30 impala here. You can see we've got a nice big ostrich at the back there as well. Kind of hoping we might get some of those impala, just at the front, kind of jumping over that little watery patch that they're in there. You can see nice green grasses to feed on, but often when the herd does come down there, the first one will come down quite gingerly, and if it's going from A to B, across the other side, there'll often be a little bit of a leap, a little bit of a jump. So I've zoomed all the way out here, just because this is such a lovely scene with everybody. But I mean, if you maybe had the herd coming down and you saw them coming from far away and you lined up hoping to get that type of shot, maybe park slightly closer to the waterhole, and you'd zoom in for a closer crop, and you'd crank your shutter speed all the way up. You want a very fast shutter speed to be able to blur that movement of that impala jumping over. And remember, give it some space to jump into in the photograph. So you got to remember kind of your rule of thirds there. If it's jumping from left to right, give it a bit of space on the right hand side of the frame to jump into. You don't want it going from left to right, and in your picture it's all the way shoved up on the right hand side of your picture, and you've got empty space on the left hand side of your picture. But for something like this here, I feel like it's so nice just to take it all in. We're not really wanting to go into anyone specific. There's no real reason for any of these impala to be jumping and being too excitable. Everyone's nice and calm.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
Away and have a bit of sort of mingling with each other, then they come back down. It's so nice to see. Got some impala, you can see some big rams resting in the shade there. This is a feast for the eyes. You can see we've got some yellow-billed ducks in the water in the foreground, front left hand side. Just taking it easy. Like we were saying earlier, there is a little bit of a breeze that's just helping to take the edge off of the heat, but it's definitely not strong enough to be giving those yellow-billed ducks a tough time. Remember, often when the wind does pick up, you start to see them moving out of the center of the water, and that nice green island that we can see with that nice grass growth, that's often where those ducks will go and sit. Seems to be a favorite spot, that green island there, for sacred ibis as well as spurwing goose. So yeah, this is definitely one of the more peaceful scenes that we've seen to start the day off here. You can imagine, however, if there was a crocodile in this waterhole, like a big crocodile, oh, that would be the opposite of what we've got. We've got such a nice, restful, peaceful scene. If there was a big crocodile, for sure, you would try and give a go at one of these impala, I would say. Would probably be quite selective and have a look to target potentially one of the youngsters that's maybe not as experienced and fast and agile as some of the adults. And as nice as it is to sometimes get a good amount of action, I'm very happy with this peaceful scene here, and so are the impala. Talking about peaceful scenes, maybe let's take you across to Alex and see what he's got for us.
Thanks, Nick, and a peaceful scene indeed. Not as much action as what's happening down in Kariega, but still rather overcast. Looks like some of the clouds slowly starting to burn off, and the majority of our egrets have also moved off. As you can see them just down here, taking advantage of this kind of like a little green carpet here at Okakuyo. Really amazing to see, because a couple of months ago this was really just barren land and really devoid of life, any form of vegetation, to be completely honest. But nice to see them still with us. We just heard in the background the spurfowl and redneck spurfowl. That would be the one up here. But our egrets are kind of taking it very easy for the moment. And we'll just have a little pan around. I'm hoping that at some point during the day we'll get some sun coming through, but also something with 4 legs and a pulse. That would also be quite cool. But nice to have all the birds around anyway. And of course, nice to just see all this green too. So just taking a moment, pretty zen for right now, but just having a little pan around. Not too much of a breeze at the moment. Of course, with it being rather overcast, you don't get that nice silhouette of the waterhole service, but it is still very calm and really quite fascinating, the transformation of what has actually gone on over here. I must just correct myself, it's actually the red-billed spurfowl, not the red-necked. It is up here. And that is what we were hearing as well. But we also do get the Hartlibs and the Swainson's spurfowls here. And in terms of the Franklin, there's Cocky, Crested, Orange River. And those are kind of the 3 very closely related. Spurfowl and the Franklin, but those 6 being the species that are found here in Etosha. And I can't seem to see too much movement going on. Sounds like a little fly, perhaps even a bee. Just an interesting fact that I read about bees the other day is that in fact about 70% of roughly the 20,000 odd species of bees that we find in the world, 70% of them actually kind of create their hives underground. So they burrow in underground and then they supply those little larvae enough honey or pollen for them to then grow and mature, and then obviously get to pollination after that. So roughly 70% of the world's bee species burrow in underground, as opposed to forming hives. A couple of our egrets over here. Hi, Yolanda. And thank you for your question. A very interesting one at that. What animals form social groups? Of course, we tend to think of mammals forming the most social of those groups. So whether that being the primates, the herbivores, and in fact carnivores such as hyenas and lions. It is even noted that, and researchers now led us to believe that jaguars also form coalitions to some degree, where males then kind of share an area, and in fact have even been documented, and researchers led us to believe that they will even feed on the same carcasses and mate with the same females as well. But even with leopards up in the Sabi Sands, with there being such a high number of them in the area, and competition being rather prevalent, they do also share a lot of their land. So a lot of the area or home range that they do also traverse, walk through, obviously hold territories within as well, and they are rather tolerant of each other. Obviously it doesn't pay to fight because that could lead to death or injury and death, but a lot more coercion that goes on than we initially thought. But of course, mammals being the first, though, that we would think about in terms of social dynamic. Birds as well, flocks, to some degree even some reptiles too. And two of those guinea fowl as well off to the left there. So really a birding day here in Okakuyo. And we haven't seen any of the black-headed herons around for quite some time. So, of course, they probably have also dispersed for now. And within the Etosha Pan itself, now with the rain falling, probably good numbers of flamingos that have probably started to show up too. So a very good place to see large numbers of flamingos is here in Etosha. But, just having a little pan around, not too much else really going on for now. Hornbill there as well. Spurfowl calling too. See the sun slowly trying to put itself through all the clouds. Now we're getting a bit of that reflection off the water surface at the moment, with it being rather calm, but really just the birds keeping us company for now. Might as well check in with the Egyptian geese, see what they're up to. It looks like still resting up. Perhaps we'll notice one or two of the terrapins around here. I'm just trying to figure out where on earth the Egyptian geese have got to. I thought that they were perhaps here, but at that distance, clearly that isn't the case. Ah, could see them on that side. But perhaps this is also a terrapin. Hi Tom, thank you for your question. Just wanted to find our terrapin. Here he is. We'll just center on that and then I will answer. So there's a number of birds that do migrate, Tom. And birds of prey through to insectivores as well as swallows. So really, basically, there are many birds that do travel long distances. Some intracontinental migrants, so we have intra-African migrants as well, such as the woodlands kingfisher that we heard earlier. And we might hear the European bee-eater. Of course, the name does kind of give away where it does come from Europe. And they migrate down here when it is our summer, and obviously back when it is the Northern Hemisphere summer as well. But, birds that probably travel the furthest and migrate the furthest being the Amur falcons, steppe buzzards, common buzzards as well, coming from Mongolian highland too. Of course, there are a number of birds of prey and other bird species that are found basically throughout Africa and into Asia as well. Knob-billed ducks being found in India too. Tawny eagles being found as far across as Russia. So a lot of birds that do occur in many areas and also migrate as well. But enough about birds and how far they travel, as well as a good glimpse of this terrapin for now. Let us go and check in with Rolf and see what's going on with him in Amakhala.
Well, a little bit of activity. One of them is just set up and having a look around, scanning a bit, but doesn't look to be making too much inroads in the sense of going out and hunting. I think it's just getting a little bit hot, and as I thought, the sun's getting up into the middle of the sky, so this cheetah now trying to make its way into the middle of that common quarry, if it doesn't quite seem to be very comfortable in there. There's lots of sticks, etc. So the shade is moving. So what might happen here is they get a bit uncomfortable, they get very hot, and they might move off to another thicket. We'll just see what happens, because if they do move, they can always bump something on their way to their new sort of shady shelter. So I think we'll just see if they get up. Otherwise, we're going to move on and head on over and see what's happening at a waterhole. But let's just first see what happens here. That one is still standing, or maybe sitting, but I think they're getting uncomfortable now because of the heat. I think it's just a case of the shade is diminishing and there's not much left. And that one in the back is now walking around trying to get a better spot. Comfortable, but also in the shade, which I don't think this particular bush is going to supply. There's one that's moved right onto the other side, but I think it's not going to be long. It's going to get up and move. You can see lots of irritable tails, which means they're not that comfortable. And cheetah, as we know, they can go a little bit longer than the other predators without drinking water. Normally every 3 or 4 days they'll drink, sometimes even up to about 10. So they have drunk in the last couple of days, so not necessary that they're going to make their way down to a water hole, but you never know. They might get a bit thirsty, especially with it having been so hot. Lots of panting going on, so there will be sort of that expulsion of lots of moisture. Maybe they just want to replenish it, but we'll wait and see. Looks like they've gone flat again. I'm super happy that they've taken down a black wildebeest baby. Shame for the baby, yes, but I'm just hoping that they start targeting black wildebeest. I think that's an excellent prey for cheetah. We still see some of those sticks moving around. I think that one is still trying to find its nice sheltered, shady spot. A little bit of cloud cover now, so it seems maybe they might stay here because the clouds are helping to make a bit more shade than the tree would on its own. So Roxy, whether they're going to split up or not is a question that only the future will tell. But when a coalition forms like this, the bond can be so strong that they can actually remain together for life. It all depends on what happens in between and how competitive they become with each other. But in general, these kinds of coalitions last for many, many years, if not for their entire lives. So this might be the perfect bond between these three, and we might not see them split up at all. If there's a female that maybe they start competing over, maybe they'll fight, and who knows, maybe one could even be fatally or mortally wounded. That's a potential problem that may arise, but I don't foresee any problems, obviously, without a female coming in. I think these guys will stick together quite closely, especially when they have the advantage of their larger numbers. If they hunt by themselves, they'll have less chance of taking animals down than with this team of three. So, and they do sense that advantage, and then maintain the bond. And you can see the bond as well when they do hunt and they split up, and then there's lots of contact calling immediately afterwards to relocate each other. That's very interesting. When we do get to sight them on the hunt, you must take note of immediately after if it's a failed hunt, and even when they do take something down, you'll immediately, if they have split up and they're not in the direct vicinity of each other, there will immediately be that alarm calling, a little chirp that they use to relocate each other, and that has been exhibited on many occasions and in all the times that we've seen them hunting. So, Pamela, when they run, they take massive strides, and sometimes up to about 7 meters. And they fold their legs backwards, but that's only on the front legs. That will obviously be, they spread them almost in a straight line from their back legs to their front. And then when the feet hit the ground, obviously that's when they need to propel themselves forward. So the front legs propel as well as the back between the strides, so the front and then the back. And it's that pure propulsion. But when they're in mid-air, their legs are almost at 180 degrees. So it's all to do with that propulsion and getting up to the full speed of around 110 kilometers an hour, and very well specially adapted to getting up to those speeds. So it's all in that propulsion that they need or require in chasing down prey. And when you think about that, there's only in the regions of about 1,500 cheetah left in the wild in South Africa, with the numbers that are now starting to appear on and being brought into the Amakhala Game Reserve. You can think that it might seem small on the reserve itself, but it is massive in the greater scheme of things for the conservation of cheetah. So it sounds like there's some new viewers who have just tuned in and want to get an update on these guys. So yes, these guys have made a kill this morning. They killed a black wildebeest after we left them in that horrific or huge storm that sent us home. There was lots of lightning and it absolutely poured down. And then during the night, we heard guinea fowl alarm calling very close to our house, and that's quite strange in the middle of the night for guinea fowl to be doing that. So we were thinking that they potentially crossed through under the tunnel, which is under a road, onto the northern side of the reserve. And that's exactly what happened. So they're about 300 meters away from where we sleep at night, myself and Morgan. And so wonderful surprise that we had the cheetah right in our backyard. And they were spotted on a black wildebeest kill first thing this morning. So it was a little baby, but a substantial meal for them. And it's wonderful that they have started targeting black wildebeest, because I think as they grow in their experience and as they age and mature, they could even start taking down adult black wildebeest. It's a perfect size, especially for 3 big males that these guys are potentially going to become. And so it's nice that they've started targeting them. It was probably random. It probably presented itself in the right position, nice and close, that they were able to then go for the black wildebeest and take it down and kill it and eat it. Black wildebeest do sort of stay out in the open in general, nice out on the plains, so they can generally see the cheetah or predators coming from quite a long distance, and then they can make their escape. But these guys obviously found their way in nice and close enough to make a kill. So that was wonderful news, and I can tell you what, these 3 are just getting better and better at their hunting. So wonderful news. And the other news is that it's very hot, so with them having full bellies and it being so hot, I don't know if they're going to be active again today. But we'll see. We'll wait a little bit longer, and then I think we'll head on over and see what's coming down to any of the water holes that we can go and check out and see some other animals while these guys sleep off the lovely meal that they've had for breakfast. And just because they've fed today doesn't mean they're not going to hunt tomorrow. I think we might be in for lots of action with these guys almost on a daily basis. So Tandor, cheetah actually have reasonably expandable stomachs. So they can take up to and just over 5 kilograms of meat. So just imagine, if you go to the shops and you buy yourself, or you go to the restaurant and you buy yourself a 300-gram steak, that's sort of the general size of steak that people have. If you want a little bit more, you might go for a 500-gram steak, and that's quite a substantial meal. And so if you think and you compare that to the cheetahs, which are eating 5 kilograms, they've obviously got a stomach that can expand to that size, and that's a big steak. 5 kilograms of steak, I think that would be probably close on a world record. And I'm just trying to see if there's an actual size in their physical characteristics. I think that they do say humans, if you make a fist, that's around about the size of your stomach, and obviously everybody's fist is proportionate to their bodies. So some not so much, but generally that's the size. But that doesn't mean that that's only the size of food. It does expand, or it is stretchable. And I'm wondering exactly how big it is before they feed. But it would have to be able to expand to the size of 5 kilograms and more of meat. But they say that cheetah possess an enlarged heart, oversized liver, adrenals, bronchi, and lungs, and very large arteries, adaptations necessary for the animal that relies on explosive speed to capture prey. And its normal body temperature is around 38.3 degrees Celsius, but it increases to 40 degrees Celsius after sprinting. Now, we were having this discussion yesterday as well. Is that as a result of them actually or the chase and the physical exertion, or is it as a result of the stress and that comes after having killed something and then worried about other predators coming onto the scene. There's sort of new studies that suggest that it might be more down to the stress that they have rather than the actual physical exertion. And just on their teeth, as I'm just going through a few of their physical characteristics, just trying to find out a little bit about their stomachs. In a trade-off for having various adaptations needed for rapid acceleration to pursue prey, such as a reduced muzzle and a smaller skull size, cheetahs have weak jaws and smaller canine teeth compared to other large cats. And this leaves cheetah vulnerable when it comes to defending captured prey from other large predators. So Polly, yeah, they do have similar features. I would say that if you look at a cheetah and a leopard that's similar size, you could mistaken them for each other. A cheetah's got a much longer tail. They're more slender. They obviously more built for speed. Whereas a leopard is more robust, it's lower to the ground, it's got much bigger shoulders, and that's obviously the adaptation to enable them to drag huge and or large-sized animals up trees, which cheetah aren't able to do. And on the other side, cheetah are able to run a lot faster than leopards are. So they're built for that real chase and speed, whereas leopards built more for ambush style hunt and obviously then going up trees. So a couple of the markings or different characteristics that you can tell between cheetah and leopards. Obviously the real facial marking that you find on a cheetah is that tear mark that you have from the eye coming down to the mouth, the black line, which you don't get on cheetah. Cheetah have spots or dots, black dots, whereas leopards have rosettes. They almost resemble flowers, as opposed to just dots. So that's a real striking difference that you can see. Cheetah have longer tails and they've got a flattened end to it, whereas leopards are just round and not as long as a cheetah's tail, because they don't do that top end long distance running with speed as fast as a cheetah, and so they don't require that real pendulum that a cheetah has to be able to turn at high speeds, and so helps them not to fall over. So there's a couple of different characteristics that you can immediately tell between leopards and cheetah.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So lots to talk about with cheetah, and it's nice that you know across the other locations we seem to see a lot of lions. There's lots in Madikwe, and Djuma obviously also have lots of lions, and across those destinations there's high prevalence of the large predators, lions, spotted hyenas, leopards, wild dogs. But there's not a big prevalence of cheetah. So if you're wondering why I'm spending so much time with them, it's because we don't get to spend so much time with cheetah. And I think it's just such an amazing cat. They are at a critical moment, in the bigger scheme of things, of the survival of the species. And when we've only got 1,500 of them left in the country, in the wild, well, I think it's definitely important for us to spend as much time with them as possible, not negating the other animals as well. I'll definitely try and catch up with the lions and the elephants, etc., and try and find any of the special species in between, such as bat-eared fox or aardwolf, etc. But just being allowed this opportunity to spend this time with them, I think needs to be grabbed with both hands. So that's what we're trying to do, and just go through, especially a lovely young group of cheetah like this, and we can see how they grow into their environment and start becoming very successful hunters. So these three are still very young, 18 to 20 months. They're probably heading now a little bit older than that. I should probably start saying 19 to 21 months, because it's going to be nearly a month since I've been with them. But yeah, it's just a huge privilege to be able to follow them, especially in the wild, and especially at this young age as they start maturing into adulthood. So Kim, cheetah rarely return to a kill. Normally they make a kill and they feast on it, they eat as much as they can, and then they move off. One of those evolutionary traits that it just sort of takes them out of harm's way, especially if there's high prevalence of big predators such as lions and spotted hyenas. Luckily for these guys, the lions don't like it on this side, or haven't come out yet, so they don't really need to worry about lions or spotted hyenas. There are lots of brown hyenas here, which could potentially give them some competition, but almost exclusively nocturnal are the brown hyenas. So it's mainly jackals that will give them problems around kills, especially during the day. If they make kills at night, they might have some brown hyena coming through there. I'm quite involved with a reserve in the central part of Namibia, an Africat, which has lovely conservation programs around leopard, brown hyena, pangolin, and the likes. But very interesting in that part of Namibia, there's no spotted hyena, but there's a lot of brown hyena. And the leopards there, obviously not cheetah, but the leopards there, they don't particularly drag their kills up trees because of there not being any spotted hyena around. However, they do get conflict and competition with the brown hyena, which is an amazing interaction to watch. It's completely different to spotted hyena. They don't come in numbers. They normally come in singularly and try and sort of fight for the food. So you have this conflict between leopards and brown hyena there. Very, very special and interesting. But yeah, here, I don't know, we'll wait and see if the cheetah do come into conflict with brown hyena, as they find in that central part of Namibia. But we're not generally out at night, so we might have to just look at the tracks and look around carcasses and see if there's been any prevalence or arrivals of brown hyena. Generally, though, you'd find that if brown hyena do come onto the scene, they'll probably grab the carcass and disappear with it. So we might just see sort of an area where there has been evidence of a carcass, and then brown hyena tracks and the carcass obviously dragged off. But that's some of the things that we hopefully going to be able to witness or document, or at least see the evidence of in the tracks. But for the most part, these guys are in the perfect sanctuary to be able to have wonderful existence. Kirsty, you're very welcome. Thanks for jumping on board and enjoying these sightings with the cheetah with us. It's lovely to have you. Not that they're doing too much right now, but that's the beauty of it. You never know what's going to happen next. We can, in general, just say when it does get very hot like this, you can expect them to not do too much, I would say, with the cheetah. If it was lions, I probably would have left them already. But you always take a chance and roll the dice with cheetah and hang around. But as I say, I think we'll have to head on and go and see what's happening at the waterholes shortly. Maybe we'll come back later and see if they're still here. Most likely won't be, as usual. As soon as we leave, they're probably going to hunt. So Cynthia, it always depends on what they ate last as to how long they can go without feeding again. So if they ate a little warthog piglet, they would probably only be able to go sort of maybe up to about 5 days. And they would have to eat within that period if they're going to be able to get enough energy to continue on to make kills, etc. So, they can reach a point where they don't have enough calories. They might become lethargic and not have enough energy to actually hunt down prey. So it does reach a teetering point, which, you always hope that they can be successful, that they don't get to that point. But in general, you would say they probably could go up to about 10 days if they've had a substantial feed. But then they need to really be able to be successful after that, because there's that point that they go over that and then they're going to become not have enough energy to take something down, and then they won't be able to go with a full chase. And the problem also comes, especially when they're young and inexperienced, they might exert a lot of energy in unsuccessful hunts, and the more unsuccessful hunts they have, the more energy they utilize, the less they're going to have in storage to be able to go for the next hunt and to be successful. So eventually they start losing energy, and they won't be as accurate or as fast or as efficient. So I'd say between a week and 10 days, depending on what they've eaten prior to that. Alrighty, I think it's time. These guys are panting away, and so am I, sitting in the sun. So I think it's time to head down to the waterhole and see if anybody's coming down to cool off. Speaking of waterholes, it sounds like Nick is at Scotia Dam.
And we've come a little bit closer to Scotia Dam, and a good bit of activity going on here. Ostrich having a drink, some eland, got a few different ostriches actually, 4 of them. Yeah, similar to Rolf, definitely feeling the heat here still, so a lot of the animals resorting to coming down to the waterhole just to cool off, grab themselves a little bit of a drink. So our big herd of impalas that we had has quenched their thirst and they've moved off. Looks like they went in the sort of the direction of the river, maybe to do a little bit of feeding down there. You can see this ostrich that's drinking here. It looks like it might be in breeding plumage actually. It's got lovely bright pink colors. Tino, yes, yeah. It's a very busy waterhole, this one. It's all happening here. Zebras, elands, ostrich. Before I zoomed in, I don't know if you saw the yellow-billed ducks. You might just get them at the bottom of the frame there. But yeah, just having a look at this ostrich, you can see he's got a lovely pinkish coloured bill, nice pink shins. Got a bit of breeding plumage going on there. Yeah, so I'm hoping that this ostrich is going to drink for us again. It'd be lovely if we do get a close-up. And remember, in terms of the ostrich feeling a little bit hotter, we may even see him lying down in the water a bit, maybe cooling himself down, spreading his wings out a bit. So we'll have a look and see if he does read the script for us. Just a little bit of preening going on. So the other ones, the other three ostriches that we did see, I think they there's a little bit of displaying and competition going on with each other, because the first ostrich that did come down to drink didn't seem so settled. So I'm just going to spend a bit of time zoomed in here. If he doesn't potentially drink for us or hopefully lie down in the water, I have another treat which I'd like to show you guys. Let me see if I can pan across and show you what else is happening. You can see the eland are slowly starting to make their way off there. And this is the surprise that I wanted to show you guys. Boom shakalaka. So obviously with the surrounding mud wallows drying up now, these rhino need to keep cool somehow. So remember earlier we were talking about, thankfully there's no crocodile that we know about in Scotia Dam. And they've got themselves a lovely little spot here, cooling themselves down in the water. You can see both of them are kind of using their front legs almost as like a little pillow. Mike, thanks for the question. 100%. They've got themselves a top little spot here. Yeah, potentially they've even been here for a while, because if you drive sort of 50 meters back, you know, there's quite a dip coming down towards Scotia Dam, and they were kind of just hidden down here, but they've definitely got themselves a top little spot. You can see this female on the right hand side. Oh, she's obviously rolled over. You can see on the side of her body she's got the darker color from the water. But thanks for the questions, thanks for the comments, guys. Keep sending those bad boys in. The more the merrier. This is your safari, this is your interactive safari, so if you've got any other questions, just shout away. Yeah, so it's interesting to see. Remember yesterday we managed to find the buffalo at a different sort of waterhole, different mud wallow. So for them, they've kind of decided that with the mud wallows around Scotia Dam drying up, that they want to find kind of a source that's going to cool them down better maybe than what Scotia Dam would. So remember, there's the never-ending sort of debate, if you want to call it that, between something like this water, which is nice and fresh and flowing, relatively speaking, which is going to cool you down. But I mean, that mud that we know rhinos and buffaloes do enjoy is not really available anywhere directly around Scotia Dam at the moment. So for those buffalo, they've made the decision to head off in certain other areas looking for that sort of viscous mud, whereas these rhinos are quite happy to not have mud sort of completely covering their body, but quite happy to just kind of lie down like this. And you know, they're definitely managing to stay cool, plonking themselves down in the water like this. And you can see it kind of looks like they're just putting they were putting their lips kind of just on the edge here on the grasses. There's some blacksmith lapwings that are shouting away, and that's what kind of forced those the rhino to lift their head, having a careful little listen. So the wind's definitely starting to pick up a little bit more, and you can see how their ears are kind of rotating all over the place, listening carefully. So with them being so sensitive to noise, and with that wind picking up, calls like those, blacksmith lapwing shouting, is definitely going to get their attention. But I think it looks like they're settling back down. And in the meantime, let's take you across to Alex and Djuma.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, we are here in Djuma, and we are joined presently with a large number of impala and some zebra. So nice to see the zebra here for a change. It's normally just the wildebeest, impala, inyala, waterbuck friends that are around. So good to see them here too. Really quite cool. Nice to have some action. And clearly everyone quite relaxed at the moment. Seems to be a little bit of a mixed herd of impala at the moment. Rams and ewes interspersed amongst each other. Not too many lambs that I can make out just yet. One or two of them, but really nice to have our zebras. Really fantastic. Everyone in rather good condition. A little bit of playing going on. Jostling starting to happen, and of course the rut only around 3.5 odd months away here in Djuma. So it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics start to change up as we head towards the end of the rainy season into autumn, and then of course the beginning of winter. Crested barbet as well calling too, off in the distance. And the ever-present Birchall's starlings too. Let's get a nice close look at our zebra. As I said, it's not every day we do get to see them here across in Djuma. Nice to see these two here as well. Sam, yes, it really is. And the one here has a red-billed oxpecker on top of its back. So catching a rod, catching some of those ectoparasites too, I'm sure. Awesome stripe patterns on the two of these guys as well. Of course, the zebras do roam almost in harems. That harem is then headed up by a stallion. Of course, he can be pretty formidable as well. So, learn to bite and kick. And definitely not something you want to get on the wrong side of, that is for sure. So you'll also be able to see, just on the zebra there, just that little chestnut on the inside of its leg. And with those hooves being rather sharp, when they do lie down in that, it is kind of like a calloused kind of area that has developed where they don't cut themselves. And each zebra has their own unique little chestnut on them, much like their stripe patterning as well. This one a stallion. So really cool. And a good neck as well. Hi Eddie, that's a very interesting comment. And zebras have a rather rudimentary form of stomach and digestion mechanism, them being hindgut fermenters. And that does lead to a lot of gaseous exchange that does occur then, just because of the way that they do then break down their food. So it's not necessarily that they overeat, they obviously eat their full. And just because of that system that they do have for digestion, that does then lead to a lot of flatulence and a gaseous buildup with them. So it's not necessarily that they've overeaten, although they do sometimes do look bloated, but that is just because of the way that their digestive systems are obviously constructed and made up. Little impala lamb there, bouncing and cruising around quite nicely, an emerald spotted wood dove, and I can hear the oxpeckers as well calling too now. Looks like the zebra are going to move off and they'll go behind the tree there, so we'll join our impala for now and we'll just watch them as they scoot about.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rock Fig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
So it's really fantastic to be joined by these warthogs now as well. We obviously had the zebra that moved off, and of course the impala that we're about, but it looks like the warthog family that is kind of resident to the area is about. The one boar and the two sows, and it looks like 2 piglets left. I think there were about 5 if I remember correctly. We did see around 6 odd weeks ago, but lovely to see them. Nice to have them here. Good to see that 2 have made it through, and getting rather big as well. But yeah, when they are piglets, they are a very favored treat of just about every carnivore out there. And very nice to see these guys anyway, so thoroughly enjoying that. Orange-breasted bushruck calling as well. Kind of doing that very typical warthog feeding on the kind of shins and knees really, or ankles. Those joints, a little bit of mudding going on as well. A little bit of a scratch too, so clearly a rather relaxing day for them. A bit of a spa treat. And enjoying this lovely vegetation that is out for them. So great to see, nice to see the little piglets. Although they're not so little anymore. But good to have them around. So just going back, we were talking about hind gut fermenters, and warthogs are also hind gut fermenters. Same as the zebras. Quite cool. Looks like the scratching's over though for now. Let's see if we can't get in a little closer. The wind maybe blowing a little hard, so I'll try and see if the camera does stay steady for us. Great to see them. Hi, Joyce. And warthogs generally aren't that aggressive. They're actually pretty aware and alert animals. And they generally kind of move off if they are threatened or feel threatened. They'll kind of run away. But of course, those bottom tusks, or the tusks on the bottom jaw, are really the formidable ones. Not the ones that are the iconic top tusks that do curl around. It's the bottom jaw tusks, those incisors that then come out on their bottom jaw. They are sharpened constantly as they close and open their mouths, and that is what they inflict the most damage on. So also bush pig too, they'll also use that bottom jaw tusk. But I would think a bush pig probably more formidable and more renowned at inflicting damage as well. But yes, I have seen a number of clips of warthogs also when people have got too close to them, and using that bottom tusk, inflicting a fair amount of damage. Definitely not something you'd want to happen to yourself. You'll need a lot of stitches, and depending on where or how high you get clipped, you might need some blood as well. So definitely not something you really want to run into, but they really can be quite placid. And when I grew up, we used to have a number of them that used to hang around. Some used to come into the house as well, and at times that can be quite unsettling, especially when it's a big boar and wanting apples or the such, and really feeling rather at home and escaping the heat too. So kind of sitting in and the rest. But one or two times when we had a few boars and even the sows coming into the house, and it was a rather enjoyable experience when you're young, but when you start to figure out that those bottom tusks and that can inflict quite a bit of damage, you definitely don't want to encourage that behavior. So interesting to note that obviously very high on the food item list for leopards as well as lions too. Hi, Robin. Thank you very much for your question. And they can get up to around 50 odd kilometers, so they are fairly quick. Of course, when they do run, you do see those tails pop up and kind of look like antennas when they run through, in particular when they run through thicker grass. But yeah, fairly quick, and of course they make the dash to those burrows of theirs, and they hold up in those as well. So you do see them scooting, and then of course straight into those burrows or abandoned aardvark holes and the such. So really quite interesting as well. And it's also known that there are instances, and it is recorded, of warthogs sharing kind of accommodation or burrows with other animals. In particular, sometimes spotted hyena, even brown hyena, depending on the area. Even with bushpick as well. And of course, aardvark, sometimes mongoose. Plated lizards in this area would be another. So the dynamics of those abandoned anthills or burrows, aardvark burrows, actually rather interesting to follow. And yeah, it has led to quite a few interesting things and sightings that have happened in the past. So amazing how neighbors can accommodate each other in these wilderness areas. Of course, warthog are also one of the indicator species for drought and water in an area, and they are really affected when there is a drought. So lack of rain and the rest really does lead to a number, or quite a big decrease of warthog in an area if that drought does progress or is prolonged. So it is something that are a species that we then also just indicate in terms of what is the status of rainfall, water in the area, as well as food resources too. But there is also a desert adapted warthog found up in East Africa, kind of from Laikipia upwards, and of course they are more arid adapted, so it wouldn't necessarily be as much of an indicator in terms of water in an area. So just enjoying a quiet moment with our warthog. Nice to see them all out in the open and also just fairly relaxed, foraging around. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit as we've got Impala that are right here too. Quite a cool little scene. Hi, Edward. Thank you for your question. And sometimes it's quite common for sometimes the younger sows to hang around in the family system. But of course, they do spread out and leave. Of course, they don't have the longest gestation period, and they can give birth multiple times throughout a year as well. So, obviously with that kind of high mortality rate with the piglets at times, it does obviously impact the warthogs and their dynamics in a family system too. So it's not uncommon for sometimes the younger sows to hang around and then move off, and obviously the boars then also trying to move off as well. And that can happen because they kind of, I just want to get my facts straight. I think it's around 5 to 6 months, but I just want to double check here that, they kind of are pretty independent from there. But I just want to double check that. So yeah, as I said, it's not uncommon obviously for those younger sows to hang around in a family system, but they generally come into maturity or breeding age of around 1.5 years of age, which is actually quite quick if you consider. It does sound like there's some wood hoopies around, greenback wood hoopies. So yeah, as I was saying, so of course the males then do kind of disperse, and the sows will kind of reach that breeding age. So they can start to have piglets from around 1.5 years of age, and the boars kind of only reach adulthood or maturity then at around 4 years. But it's not uncommon for those boars to form little bachelor groups as well. And of course what we're looking at right now is a sounder. So that is the collective of a warthog group or family. So the boar, 2 sows, and of course piglets. So just enjoying a quiet moment. There were some impala that were in the frame, but it's the warthog that we are spending time with. We haven't seen them for some time, at least here in Djuma. So quite cool. And these little piglets, when they are born at least, are rather precocial. They start to pick up and forage from around 2 to 3 weeks of age, and they're weaned at about half a year of age as well. So when they stop suckling, just really cool. They are awesome animals. I thoroughly enjoy them. Also known to be rather omnivorous as well. Stories of them picking up young Franklin chicks as well as eating off carcasses as well too. So just interesting facts really around them. Nice just to see them. So just following our little warthogs around, it looks like they're coming here into the drainage. There's a little space. We have seen them before wallowing. And my guess is that they're probably going to disappear here into the drainage and get down into the muddy business of wallowing. Of course, you'll also be able to just hear that orange-breasted bushshrike, lovely call that they do have. Impala also further down the drainage and all around, kind of picking up the shade where they can. It looks like a little bit of mudding and sun creaming going to be happening as well. Black-crowned chagra too. And that boar looked like he'd actually wallowed a little bit before. So I think the family down here and the boar enjoying a little bit more of a graze before perhaps actually joining them in the muddy wallow of the drainage line. So I'm going to just zoom back out. Let's go and sit with our impala for a moment. This one that's actually right here. Of course, you can notice how they are getting the idea of getting out of the sun at the moment. So it is rather hot, and a little bit of rumination and a break out of the sun clearly being what's on the cards for these guys. Amazing how tall the grass has got as well. Losing the impala as they go down that kind of ridge line. It does seem that this is also perhaps the little nursery group of lambs too. You can just start to see little horns popping out of that one with its head most visible at the moment. So from this creche of impala, back to Nick and his rhinos in Kariga.
Yeah, rhinos are still taking it easy. Can't blame them. It is cooking. If I was a rhino, I would be doing exactly the same thing. And it wouldn't really bother me if people were calling me lazy or what they were calling me. But no, it looks like a very good position that they've got themselves. I don't see them going anywhere too quickly. Oh wow, there's a, sorry guys, I had to move quickly. The secretary bird was chasing warthog piglets. I'm not too sure where those piglets have gone now. That was crazy. The little piglets were squealing and they were running all over the place. Wow, look at that. Look at that. That is absolutely incredible. So the little piglets, the last I saw, they ran to the left-hand side. But if the mothers I assume that they're very close by. Well, but that was amazing to watch, guys. Seems like the interaction is over. Let's take you back to Alex and Juma.
So sadly, we did just lose Nick there. We will be back with him again shortly. However, here with our creche of impala. And it looks like they're also moving off a little bit too. So we'll just keep some tabs. We'll zoom back out. Of course, sticking in the shade is a good idea. The warthog also moving out of the drainage line at the moment. So nice just to watch. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can watch the dynamics. A little bit of wallowing going on. Of course, the impala grazing around. And just a cool little scene. So the impala and warthog milling about here, and while they kind of move out of frame at the moment, it's time for us to go and check in again with Ralph and Morgan in Amakhala.
Well, we've left the cheetah sleeping under that common guarri bush, panting away, digesting their meal, and we've just moved away a little bit, and we came across this lovely group of giraffe. There's quite a few of them grazing around, feeding on tops of the trees, but there were two that were lying down, and this one in particular got up a minute ago and now seemingly doing a bit of grooming. It looks to be a bit of a young one. But they don't seem to be too bothered by the heat. They're standing out in the open, and that one you can also see a red-billed oxpecker on its back, as it's now having a scratch on its back leg. That's a particular yoga move it's got going there. What is it called? And that is the upward giraffe, surely. They're getting right in under the belly. It's incredible how far that neck can bend. Very flexible. And it's got quite a few oxpeckers on it. I can see at least 3. Definitely a very young one. That's obviously why it was lying down. You often see the younger ones lying down more than the adults. And you can hear lots of the sounds and calls of the cicada, or what we also like to call locally as the Christmas beetle. So graze, you can find giraffe alone, but it's generally the bulls that would be on their own. The females and young ones do like to move together, but we say that, or I like to say that giraffe are like the hippies of the bush, because their social structure we term as free associations or loose associations, as that one is having a lovely stretch now. Oh, you're on the lying down one, okay. Not a problem. There's one lying down and the one near to it. Oh, is that one going to stand up? So loose associations, they sort of don't really have a fixed herd structure. But you will find that they like moving together. They're still relatively sociable. but there's no real sort of territory for the males. They don't particularly take in a harem. They do fight with each other through necking and beating each other with the tops of their heads and the ossicones, as well as the forehead, which is very gnarly on the bulls, and they use that to try and knock each other out, or at least whack some sense into the opposite competitor that believes that you are top dog or the more dominant of the two bulls. And then that would obviously be for mating rights, but they don't then keep a group of females as their own. They'll move and go wherever they like, and so that's why I like to call them the hippies of the bush out here. Free love. And you don't often see giraffe lying down, especially where there's high prevalence of lions. But the young ones do like to lie down a bit. Obviously they just, they get a little bit more tired and so like to rest a bit more than the adults. There's quite a few in the general vicinity, sort of dotted around. You can count at least, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that I can see currently. 8 up the top, but they're not in sort of right next to each other. They're spread all around this sort of acacia or Vachellia sweet thorn brush that they're feeding on. They do like to feed in and around the thorns, so they've got really thick skin in their mouths that stops them getting pierced by the thorns themselves. So Jeffrey, they say that a giraffe's tongue, I think it's in the regions of about 60 centimeters. And that one that's feeding there, if you do get to see the tongue actually come out, they say that it's for me, I think it's black, but it can have a sort of shade of blue, so bluey black. And there's quite a few animals actually that have black tongues. We know these chow chows, or I think it's a Chinese fighting dog that looks a little bit like a lion with its mane. They have black tongues. I believe impala also have black tongues, and I think a lot of the animals, obviously not the chow chow of the dogs, but a lot of the animals in the wild out here that spend a lot of time with their tongue out picking on leaves, obviously then require a bit more melanin in that organ. Otherwise, with the harsh African sun, they'll end up getting sunburnt. So I wonder about kudu as well. I wonder if they've got black or purple or darker tongues, as well as bushbuck, nyala. I think nyala have got pink tongues, but yeah, I think it's quite interesting that the animals obviously that do more browsing have darker tongues. It must be very thick as well, because you see them feeding within the thorns and they use their tongue to grab the leaves and pull them off. And I've even seen on the Kariega Game Reserve, where Nick is, giraffe feeding on the prickly pears. And that was a big old bull that was doing it, but he was eating it thorns and all. So that would mean that the tongue is obviously thick enough that those thorns don't penetrate the tongue. Otherwise he would have had a tongue full of thorns, and I'm sure he would have stopped feeding on it. But he didn't seem to have any problems at all feeding on a prickly pear. I've had one prickly pear fruit in my life, and I ended up with those tiny hair-like thorns in my tongue. So never again.
Must be terrible. When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
The bush, but also there are the perfect peanut gallery. Whenever there's a predator around, you can see all of them staring down in a particular direction. We actually, 2 days ago, we had the cheetah hunting, and they tried to go for a giraffe, which was quite incredible, and the giraffe's back legs was coming over its head as it was trying to run away, so it was very scared. But then the cheetah obviously decided better of trying to take one of them down, and they turned around, and at which time there was about 8 giraffes that stood all in a line staring at the cheetah. I've never heard a giraffe give any kind of alarm call. They don't really have any vocalization. They sort of had a little bit of hisses, as well as grunts and snorts, but other than that I've not heard any sound coming from a giraffe. Now we're just trying to think, because Morgan was with me excuse me, when we were watching the female giraffe starting to give birth, and the cheetah were walking around it, and Morgan was wondering if we heard that giraffe make any vocalizations, but I don't remember it doing anything of the sorts. I'm sure I would have remembered it if it did, but yeah, that's it in my experience. That is the case, but please don't forget that this is an interactive experience, so please send through your questions and your comments, because we'd love for you to jump on board with us as we escape to nature. Now, I don't know, Morgan, if you could go on that one that's a bit further off over there. The kind of expression that he's making on his face makes me... What's that?
That one you can see the whole body.
Yes, and because it's making a particular facial expression that often leads me to believe that he's got a bone in his mouth and he's rolling it around, because he's not doing the general ruminating. You see there, he's lifting his head up now. I think he's got a bone that he's chewing on, which giraffe often do, which is termed osteophagia, and phagia, the feeding of, osteo, bones. So they're one of the animals that do like feeding on bones. Is he doing that, or is he ruminating? I think he's chewing on something that is not a bit of plant. Might be a small piece. They chew on it and just swallow down little bits, fragments of the bone itself, or even try to powder it. I'm not sure. It's just, and they normally have quite a awkward, strange facial expression when that happens. And look at that, he's pointing his head to the stars. Reach for the sky. I think that was Woody on Toy Story. I would always say that. As opposed to hands up. So Nicholas, you want to know about the ossicones of the giraffe. Ossicles, ossicones, same thing, different name, but the same part on the giraffe. They can grow to about, I think it's between 20 and 30 centimeters. From where it attaches on the head, on a big bull, it might be slightly less, so maybe around 20 centimeters or so. I'm not sure on the longest ever recorded. I do know that the tallest giraffe ever recorded was at 5.8 meters, which is incredibly tall, nearly 6 meters. That is some height. But yeah, the ossicones, they're not terribly long, and they're really quite short and stout. And you can tell the difference even from a distance. Generally, when you look at a giraffe's head, the males, their ossicones sort of straight up or even just angled slightly apart, whereas the females, and with the males having them angled like that, it's because, you know, they're using them as a club, and so it has better efficiency if they point it either straight or slightly out for when they're hitting another male. Whereas females, they sort of generally start to curl a little bit inwards, and then obviously they have the tufts of hair on the end, which makes it even easier. But just from the shape, if it's straight or slightly outwards, male, curled inwards, generally, that's a female. And it takes about a month for the baby giraffe, for their ossicones to actually attach properly on their head. Because when they're born, they're actually detached, and so they lie flat on their head. So for easier passage into the open. And then it does take a little bit of time for them to attach and actually start to grow upwards. But yeah, they're actually loose when they're born. It does assist the female in giving birth a bit easier with them being like that. So Patricia, yes, giraffe do have a good set of teeth, and it's predominantly the molars at the back. And you know, a lot of the browsing and grazing animals, they need those nice big molars to be able to grind down either the grass or the leaves that they feed on. So, and you see them sort of in that typical way that they feed when once they've picked off the leaves or the grass, then they sort of they grind the teeth over each other from side to side, up and down and side to side, in that real chewing of the cud motion. It's almost like they're chewing gum, especially, well, similar to Australian cricket players, I would say, or American baseball, and they're chewing the tobacco. But yeah, it's obviously very well adapted to the type of feed that they're putting in their mouths, enabling it to, and also grinding it down. It's a big part of the digestive process, and that whole regurgitation that they do. So chew it, swallow it down, gets quite a bit of acid and saliva, etc., helping to chemically break it down, but mechanically they use the teeth that they have in the back of their mouths. But it comes right along, almost all the way to the front. So they've got a lot of surface area to be able to grind over that plant material. You're on the zebra. Yeah, so we've got some other alternative animals that have made their way into the area, and zebra, they don't have any problems with giraffe, often found feeding together. But here we've got, it's interesting because it's completely different digestive systems, and they feed on completely different plants as well, where zebra almost purely feeding on grass, whereas the giraffe mostly feed on tops of the trees. But we've seen that giraffe also graze or feed on grass, especially when there's nice palatable species. I've seen giraffe in the Masai Mara feeding on the red oat grass, and here in these parts they're quite selective when they do that, also feeding on red grass, not red oat grass, but red grass, or the Themida triandra, which is a very nutritive, very palatable grass that we find here. So they have the inclination to go for particular grass species, but generally mainly browsers on the tops of bushes, etc. And we can hear quite a few of the red-billed oxpeckers that are probably on both animals, the zebra and the giraffe. Giraffe is a wonderful host for them because they generally have lots and lots of ticks, especially down below the armpits, on the belly and under the back legs and towards the bum. That's all the nice soft areas where the ticks generally latch onto their legs, crawl up the legs, and then attach onto the belly or the soft areas, the softer parts of the skin in those particular parts that I've mentioned. Zebra also, they do get, but giraffe hosts a lot more ticks on them than the zebra would be able to, so the oxpeckers do enjoy going on the giraffe. I think they find lots of food, but that's not to say that they don't get any food on the zebra either. So they can hop between the two, and especially now when there's both species here, you might find the oxpeckers on both as well. Zebras also don't seem to really worry too much when it's very hot. And sometimes I find them going looking for shade, but generally they seem to handle it pretty well. Yeah, so it seems like the one youngster that was lying down and then stood up and was pulling those yoga moves has now gone over to one of its colleagues or another giraffe of similar age and lay down next to it as well. It seems like it's still busy with yoga moves, but from a lying position. So these giraffe just happily feeding along with the zebra, and there's another place a little bit further up in southern Africa on the western side of the tip of our continent, and that's in Namibia. And I wonder in Etosha if there's any giraffe and zebra at Okukuyu.
Thank you, Rolf. And yes, we are here in Okukuyo at the moment. And there's some audio of the European bee-eaters, so nice to hear them. Of course, still overcast. We'll just have a little pan and scan around to see if some of the springbok perhaps have started to come down. Of course, at this time of year, a large percentage of the zebra population does migrate east. So we won't be seeing them in the numbers we were seeing them a month or so ago. It does look like something is just off here, so we'll just have a look. I think it might be a log. So a tree that has fallen down and clearly not with a pulse at the moment. Acacia pied barbet as well, and big numbers of our yellow-billed egrets still here. And really from being teeming with life, and that being mammalian life, it's really not too much going on. So we're just going to have to be patient here. A couple of springbok that have decided to come through for us. Of course, them and the zebra are the most prevalent of the mammals in Etosha. Springbok outnumbering the zebra. The zebra having a very healthy population here too. So there is a percentage of that zebra population that does migrate westward or eastward, and there is a percentage of zebra that does then stay here. So obviously, I think it's around 70% of the zebra that migrate then to the east, kind of following this green flush in the rains. Some that obviously do stay in this western sector and area. And of course, there are two species of zebra here in Etosha, the plain zebra and Hartmann's mountain zebra. Also here on the western side, you can actually see a little bit of that mountain range just up in the horizon there. And mountain zebra obviously being found in mountainous regions. So more mountainous part of Etosha here on the western side. Of course, just nice to have for springbok. Sounds like an African cuckoo as well. But, good to see some form of mammalian life, and of course, nice to add to our already good species numbers of 3 across Njuma. There were some in Yala that snuck through afterwards, but we can't count them as we didn't bring them live. But we've got our 4th for the day being springbok here, so nice to see them. And really quite a cool contrast with this lovely green that is present at the moment. sandy. And springbok are very arid adapted animals, and in some cases they've even recorded them actually not drinking for an entire lifetime. Of course, they can go months, weeks, days as well without water if they are in areas where water is found. But to substitute that water that they would then need, that moisture that they would also then need for them to survive, they would then get that from the foods that they then eat. So little tubers, succulent plants, forbs, they're also known to browse as well. So of course they do take leaf matter. They do eat a lot of shrubs. Of course, I did say succulents as well, and they do graze too. But then they will also take those little tubers. And it's also known that they will feed in the early hours in the morning or even later on in the day after the heat of the day, even into the night. Because dew and that and moisture might actually form on any plant matter that's around. So also being able to take that moisture, the water in like that as well. So quite seen and nice just to have our springbok with us at the moment. Of course, when the sun is out, they do congregate in good numbers underneath this camel thorn tree as well. And the shade, obviously, is a wanted commodity. But nice to have two of them really in the frame at the moment. And good just to spend some time with them grazing here.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So lots of cool audio at the moment. European bee eaters, and something did get on the nerves of those helmeted guinea fowl. So just trying to have a little look to see. Haven't been able to pick up any movement just yet. And failing us not finding anything, we'll go back and sit with the springbuck. But I do just want to have a little check and see how the Egyptian geese are doing. And here they are, kind of a little forage mission along the shoreline at the moment. There was a little grebe as well there. There's a hornbill calling, and it looks like a plover of some degree. It's just kind of shot through in the back there. It's quite far away, so just being on the dam cam, sometimes quite tough to be able to ID exactly what it is. It's like a double-banded plover. The picture is kind of pretty shaky at the moment. We're going to zoom out. It's a little bit unstable. Good to know. All is good in Egyptian geese land. Little goslings kind of sheltering there on the side. Quite a cool little frame at the moment. And the Egyptian geese kind of huddled together. Just gonna sit here like that. But very cool. Nice also just here the European bee eaters there. There's a blacksmith lapwing just off to the right hand side. And the lovely chorus of bee eater that is going on. Of course, they do migrate very far, but there are different kind of populations, or I suppose races, of the European bee eater. So some obviously from Europe itself, of course others from a little bit further east of that, Ukraine. They come from down there and migrate down. So it looks like one or two of the goslings perhaps picking up some food. There's the plover again. So a double-banded plover, it seems. I think that the geese are going to get into the water now. Hi, Joshua. So we will then pick up the calls. So sometimes a lot of bird ID is just done off the calls as well. And depending on how seriously you take your birding or twitching, you will mark off birds just by their call as well in an area, because it does designate that they are obviously present. And you don't necessarily have to have seen a visual of them. As I said, generally to tick them off, to know that there are birds in an area, and having ID'd them, you can use their audio. Of course, if you've never seen the bird before and you do know the call, it's always nice to obviously get that visual. And some people only then mark that bird as being seen then or on their list once they've only seen it, as opposed to having heard it. And then obviously then from there, just using the call anyway. But I suppose a great bit of learning birds is, of course, picking up their audio and learning their calls. Just quite a cool and sweet little moment here amongst siblings. One or two being a little more active. Of course, the parents keeping an ever watchful eye. It looks like a little bout of swimming going to now start. So let's have a little view at what's going on. It's quite interesting also just with little goslings is that across the different species of ducks they are quite similar as well. Of course, these Egyptian geese being closer related to shell ducks than actually true geese. But, very cool to see. Nice that they're all in the water now. Hi Annie, yes they do grow exceptionally fast. And they should be fledged in around 6 more weeks or so, I would think. Probably around a month odd of age, these geese. I'm going to come out again though. Wind's slowly starting to pick up and the frame is jumping about a bit. So we have touched base at least with the Egyptian geese family. And what we're going to do now is maybe cross over to the springbok that did decide to come join us and just watch and see what's going on with them. A couple of egret also moving around and following them about too. Of course, if there are any insects that they might disturb or pick up, those egrets perhaps hawk them as well. So rather cool, just listening to those European bee-eaters, watching these egrets as they trail after the springbok. And just a quiet moment here anyway. So, rather a fair amount to say by the European bee eaters. They really are going hammer and tongs right now. Try to get a little closer in on our springbuck. It's kind of cool watching them. They are very pretty as well. And quite cool just watching how the egret tail them. I'm just going to leave it here because I'm feeling they will move towards the left-hand side of the frame. And just to watch that egret pick up at anything as well. So just interesting watching the egret. Quite cool actually seeing how they will take advantage, a form of mutualism that is going on really. Using the springbuck to disturb any insects that might be around and then picking those up. There's an emerald spotted wood dove as well calling in the distance. Renderius, it really is rather pretty at the moment. Nice to see all this green flush that has come through. Really such a contrast to a couple of months ago when it was dry. Hi Jess, thank you for your question. That's rather interesting. But of course, springbuck are kind of endemic to the western side of southern Africa. They are arid adapted, and across in Mpumalanga and in Limpopo, that being the low veld of South Africa. Of course, a lot more rain that does occur there. Different vegetation as well. But yeah, far more arid specialists, and of course, that is where they are found. So kind of everywhere westward, basically from Joburg through, although there are a few springbok up in Madikwe as well, so they dry northwest, across into the Northern Cape from the Free State, and then obviously into the Eastern and Western Capes as well. So they are specialists, as I said, in that kind of Highveld, then into the fynbos biomes, and of course then into those arid desert biomes like such where we are now. There are in fact 3 subspecies of springbok, and it's noted that the Kalahari springbok are actually the biggest. The Karoo springbok, the one that we find here in South Africa, would be the smallest. Where we are right now, these would be the Angolensis. So kind of into that southeastern portion of Angola, and here through Damaraland as well. But as I said, yeah, far more arid specialists, so really wouldn't be too successful down in the low veld. It wouldn't suit them. Still just enjoying this. 1 or 2 actually just through the thicket as well. I'm going to zoom back out again. It's been quite cool watching the egret mill about behind the springbok as they disturb any insects. I just have to look and see if there are a number of them that might be a bit closer. There were some by the fence line. It looks like they have also decided that that is not where they want to hang. So I'm going to just have a little scan around, see if we can't pick up on anything else. Otherwise we can go back and just watch the egret tail the springbok. Lots of the egrets here on the side. Kind of the northern bank of the waterhole. We are looking westward from our position right now. Lots of these egrets. So very cool to see. Amazing how the dynamics around the waterhole do change. Different birds come and go at different parts of the year. A couple of weeks ago we did have black-headed herons. It does look like we'll go and spend some more time with the springbok. Just off this kind of distance over here. I want to look into the camp. I want to look for the springbok. So just taking a moment, we did obviously just have a little scan around, and now back with our springbok. I'm watching the egret as they kind of tail them. It's another springbok just in the distance there. It's quite cool that these ones are still around. A very cool contrast with the concrete and the green at the moment. So we are here with, it looks like one springbok at the moment. The other's just moved off to the right of us. But of course it is good to see something with 4 legs and a pulse. Of course these springbok are also being tailed by the egrets. So they are knocking up the odd insect, and the egrets are taking advantage of that too. So quite a cool little thing that we are watching here. Of course they are quite far away, but nice that we do have this action. Thank you very much for your question and everything. And how long does a carcass take to disappear? Now, it will also depend on the area as well as how many scavengers and what other members of the cleanup crew are around. Of course, also the size of the animal, type of the animal as well. Of course, also the presence of things such as flies, the blowflies, and then maggots, and that would also help with regards to decaying. Of course, some carcasses never really fully decompose because those bones obviously do remain, and there will still be skeletal remains after that as well. So that being the case with generally some of the larger herbivores, things such as elephants, giraffe, hippo, rhino as well, buffalo too to some degree, and of course some of the other bigger antelope as well, their horns also being found too. There are obviously different moth species, or a moth species as well, that then also bores into some of the antlers and horns that are left behind as well on some carcasses. Those horn borer moths. But in terms of decaying, as I said, obviously the size of an animal obviously is a huge part to play. Of course, the presence of things such as vultures, jackals, hyenas, and other scavengers, perhaps even bush pig in area too. They would also then obviously play a part in how quickly that carcass would then obviously disappear and then decompose. So there's a number of different things that we would have to look for, and then obviously different habitats and areas where we would then have to then apply that to a specific, say, carcass or kill, and then have to look at it at that. So obviously size being one of the main determinants as to how long decomposure might then start. So things like elephants, they can take quite some time. Obviously, depending on how big that elephant might be, it might also lead to the length of time that might be around. So, of course, smaller elephants, calves and such, really disappearing quite quickly. Of course, things like springbuck, like we're looking at right now, would also be very quick. And perhaps just bones and that would be left over after, say, something like lions, and even then scavengers and that came through too. So yeah, it really does depend on the area and size, and of course the presence of scavengers. So that would be in a healthy ecosystem at least. So of course the presence of lots of scavengers and that would obviously help and assist the ecosystem and that area as well. There's cleaning up of carcasses and the rest really does help in maintaining the health of an ecosystem too. That's why it is crucial that we conserve our vultures and other scavengers as well. Vultures really do aid and assist us with a lot of things. They help us with diseases such as anthrax that we did touch on a couple of weeks ago, and many other things too. They can also be spreaders of anthrax as well, but they really do perform such a vital role within an ecosystem. So I'm still just kind of keeping tabs on what's going on with the springbok. I've now located those helmeted guinea fowl. They are just there in the shade. You can see one or two of them actually in that green little patch there. Just to the right of where the springbok is, where that fallen over tree is. So I'm just going to zoom out again. Nice to see some of the blacksmith lapwings as well coming around. Hopefully that springbok will come more into the open. Otherwise, we'll spend some time with some of the other waterhole characters, at least those that are present for today. Egyptian geese just foraging off to the southern side of the waterhole. Let's actually join this colony of egrets. Seems like everyone's in a bit of a somber mood over here at the moment, just chilling. Acacia pied barbet calling as well. Nice to hear them. Or it. Of course, the most widely distributed of the barbet species that we do find here in southern Africa. So it's been a rather enjoyable time spent here in Okaukuejo, but from Okaukuejo down to the Eastern Cape with Ralph and Morgan in Amakhala.
So we have moved on from our feeding giraffe, sleeping giraffe, yoga giraffe, whatever you may have seen there with us. There were all sorts of giraffe, but and there were some zebra with them. But we've moved on. We've come closer to the Hlosi Lodge, so a little bit east of where we were previously, and now we've found some more zebra, but they have some blesbok with them. So a little bit of grazing going on. The blesbok, there's two of them, heads down feeding. Another one, its head up, looks like it's ruminating. And the zebra, lots of swishing tails, a little bit of allo grooming. or a little bit of standing around as well. Swishing tails, purpose thereof is just to keep the pesky flies away from their rear end and off their legs. You do know that flies like to bite horses, and so it does help keep them a little bit away, especially there on the lower extremities. You can see they often lift and stamp their feet down on the ground as well, and that's just trying to get the flies away. Often you can see one standing with the leg that's obviously not fully on the ground. It's a little bit like birds that stand on one leg, and it can often indicate that they are in a bit of a snooze or a very relaxed state. So they just seem to rest one leg up as they put all their weight on the other. There's some lovely sort of what zebra like to do, where they put their heads over each other's rumps and they stand head to toe. I think it does help in sort of alleviating the strain on the neck and the head. It must be quite heavy, and at the same time they can look in opposite directions. So you very often find rhino doing this too, especially when they wallow or they lie down, often facing in different directions. Quite a typical behavior, that of zebra. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit more now. There's a lot more clouds making their way in. I wonder if we might get a little bit of rain later. It's cooled off quite substantially, so that makes me happy. I'm sure the animals will be a bit more comfortable too. So Livia, there's not too much that zebra can do when they struggle to hear from the wind. They just become more aware when it's very windy, and you do find a lot of the animals become skittish when that happens. But the animals here, I must say, are probably more used to wind than most of the other parts of the country, because it's quite consistent. They have this on a daily basis, so you don't find them as skittish here as you may, for instance, in the Lowveld in the northwest, where it's not. They don't have this persistent wind on a daily basis. It's normally around stormy weather, or sometimes generally around sunrise and sunset, but mostly during the middle of the day it's very still. So the animals can hear very clearly, and when the wind then does come up, they're quite skittish because it's quite unusual for them. Whereas here it's quite normal, and so the animals have sort of normalized it as well. So when we're looking at that allo grooming, it's a little bit of like that saying where you say, if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So while one of the main forms of communication between humans is oral speech, animals don't talk to each other the way we do. And for many mammals, grooming is or could be the primary form of communication. So allogrooming in particular refers to reciprocal grooming between members of the same species, and then as a result it's also an important form of interaction. Socially, allogrooming helps establish and maintain relationships as well as hierarchies between the animals. However, it also plays an important role in reducing ticks in areas an animal cannot reach with its own mouth. And particularly with zebras, they make use of their teeth and lips to nibble along the neck, shoulders and backs of their grooming partners. Occurring primarily between mares, siblings and foals, social grooming is not only done for hygiene, but also produces bonds between the mares and confirms social status within the group. You don't see stallions allogrooming. The only thing they do to each other is bite, kick, and be aggressive towards each other. So there's nothing reciprocal on the friendly front. It's more just on the fighting front, which they reciprocate on. Alrighty, so we do keep continuing on, and we'll see what else we can find. We still haven't, we went past a waterhole, but we didn't see anything there. So we'll carry on and see if we can find another waterhole with some animals that have come down. Speaking of waterholes, once again, I'm going to send you on over to Nick, who I'm sure is still down at Scotia Dam.
So we're still on the banks of Scotia Dam here, and still attracting all the different animals of the area. You can see we've got a lovely rhino here, we've got a few yellow-billed ducks, we've got some blesbok in the background there. So this is definitely the place to be for the moment. You can see how that blesbok at the back is really reaching forward, trying to get some of those. It looks more like it's trying to get the green grasses than drinking. You know, I think it would have to go a little bit further than that if it wanted to get some water to drink. But you can see those grasses just behind this rhino to the right, waving in the wind quite a lot. You can see it almost looks like some of these other blesbok just on the right hand side. It almost looks like they're quite keen to possibly come down, but just a little bit tentative. So the wind it comes up in gusts every now and then. And I think it's really just keeping them on their toes, especially with all the little youngsters in the herd there. I think everybody's just being extra careful, extra sensitive. Betty, 100%. Spending time with rhinos never gets old. Any animal for that matter. You know, I guess it's all the more special with rhinos given the crisis that we've got at the moment, the poaching crisis throughout Africa. So it's definitely lovely to just spend a good amount of time with this rhino. And it's largely been a peaceful day here. Remember we were talking about this morning how peaceful it's been here by Scotia Dam, with the herds of impala coming and going, the zebra coming and going. Now we've got these blesbok here. We've definitely had one or two technical issues, so I'm not too sure how much of the scene you got of that secretary bird giving the warthog sow and her little piglets a tough time. So that kind of disrupted the proceedings here a little bit. But other than that, it's been a lovely, peaceful day here. So if the wind continues to strengthen like it's doing at the moment, maybe later on in the afternoon I'll have a look to potentially see if I could find some ostrich. And you can see the wind really ruffling the feathers of those ostrich up at the moment. Gareth, in terms of movements and distances that rhinos move per day, I think it's hard to give a stock standard answer. In summertime when the grazing's good and there's lots of water, they're probably not going to have to walk as far as winter time, when maybe they want to go to the best feeding grounds, the best grazing areas, and then back to different water holes. I would say, as a general rule of thumb, territorial males, territorial bulls, will be moving a bigger distance than some of the females. Remember, for those territorial males, they've got to circumnavigate their whole territory. They've got a scent mark as they keep going. And something like this time of the year in summer, when we get a lot of rain, if we get a heavy rain, 30, 40, 50 mils overnight, that may well wash away a lot of the scent marking that bull has been doing. So he would then need to go around his whole territory and scent mark again. So in terms of a number, I'm going to struggle to give you a number, but I hope what I've said kind of makes sense. And you see, when these rhinos walk, it's not like they walk at a very fast pace. It's quite a slow, sort of cumbersome walk. But it's that theory of just putting one foot in front of the other, and you really cover some distance like that. I've always thought, it's a bit off topic, but I mean, the guys that climb those incredible mountains like a Everest or something like that, at some point in time, they're definitely going to hit a wall, a mental barrier, and probably a physical, challenge as well. And I guess it's the same concept of just putting one foot in front of the other, again and again and again, and you end up accomplishing a massive feat. So our dominant sort of rhino bull, territorial bull, he's not quite needing to climb Everest, but I mean, he's going to have to certainly cover a bit of an area when he does move around. And often what he'll do as well is he'll go to all the different sort of dung middens within his territory, and just investigate there, because remember, he will be able to pick up the scent if there's any possibly new females that have come into his territory. He will be able to smell if there's been any rival males potentially. Quite often he'll drop his dung, he'll scuff it open with his back feet, walk sort of 1 meter, 2 meters, 4 meters away from the midden itself, do a bit of scent marking, spraying of urine, letting everyone know he's the top dog of the area. And big sort of natural features always form a boundary as well. You think of like a big river, like we've got the Kariga River, that would sort of form a potential boundary. But in terms of this angle where we are now, quite hard to tell if this is a male or female. But I mean, in terms of where we are, you can kind of see, let me take you a little bit across to the right here. Those blesbok that we can see there, just in front of them, that's one of the dung middens of the area. So there's plenty of them all around the place here, and that'll be like an information center. So remember, a lot of the animals have got that flame and grimace that we've all heard of, where they curl that upper lip back, sharply inhale, and then they're able to analyze the scents and things from a midden like this and figure out, have males been here, females, rival males, so on and so forth. So this would be one of them. And in a sort of a dominant bull's territory, there could be 20 of them. I mean, there's this one I can see in front of my vehicle, so on the right hand side of us. There's another one behind my vehicle, another 20 meters. There's a third one. So there's plenty of dung middens around here. I'm sure this rhino has probably been going from side to side, getting comfy spots, cooling the one side of the body down, and then wetting that other side again. And he looks like he's hit the spot. It doesn't look like he's going anywhere too soon. He's got his little snack, he's got his drink, he's put his feet up right by the TV, and he's watching the coming and going of all the blesbok and impalas and everything. And you can just see the bottom left of the frame. There's another rhino just to the side there that's also got the same idea, taking it easy, just resting, kind of shuffling a little bit about. That's why this original rhino that we've been chatting about, he pokes his head up every now and then, ears forward, having a good listen. So to start the morning off for our escape to nature today, we did have that group of 4 or 5 giraffe that came towards Scotia Dam here. Never really had a drink and then moved on. And haven't seen them since. They've obviously headed into the thickets, do a little bit of feeding there. Still really digesting that incredible sighting of the giraffe that we had. When was it now? Sort of a week ago or so. And there was 24 of them. And they were coming so close to the car that I would have to just try and pan with the head or just the certain spots or something like that. I mean, some of them were not more than 5 meters from the car. And you go from that to really having a tougher time finding a lot of them. But that's the bush, you know, you never know what you're going to get. There's always surprises around the corner. See at the back there, those little blesbok calves moving in and amongst all of the Hadida ibises there. Yeah, just looking at this rhino and obviously seeing the water in the background, my mind was kind of wandering a little bit there. I'm not too sure how many of you have heard about that aardvark that washed up on one of the beaches in Cape Town. Incredible. I believe there were some people kind of just walking along the beach and they came upon it. It had passed away, it was dead. But yeah, crazy. You wouldn't expect it. I mean, you do find aardvark all the way along the sort of the Cape Peninsula there. So whether it was one that something happened to it, you know, a wild one, or from sort of the black market trade, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I did see some pictures of it. Crazy. So we will find aardvark here on Kariega as well. Tough animal to see though. You know, pretty much strictly nocturnal. Winter time is going to be your best time. So obviously in winter your temperatures decrease, they get really cold, and if you've got a really cold snap, you have a relatively good chance of earlier on in the afternoon those aardvark getting active and coming out to feed earlier, so sort of maybe an hour before it gets dark. So you can definitely find them around here at Kariega. I've only ever seen 3 aardvark, all been pretty fleeting glimpses. I remember my second one that I ever saw, myself and my tracker, we spotted this aardvark at exactly the same time, and we both shouted, "Aardvark, aardvark, aardvark!" And I reckon the poor aardvark, he realized that he was an aardvark. He wasn't a zebra. He knew he was an aardvark. And we were just so excited. We were so enthusiastic about seeing this aardvark that I think we were a little bit loud. And the aardvark scampered back to this termite mound. And he had his home there. He had a big hole there that the warthogs had sort of excavated and he'd excavated. And oh yeah, he went straight back into it. So it was a pretty brief sighting. But it's one that I'll never forget. I haven't managed to get a picture of an aardvark. You know, when your sightings are so quick like that, I must say, I didn't even think about taking my camera out. I thought, let me just take it in, you know, really enjoy this. Because I guess sometimes when you do photograph, your camera can sometimes almost form like a barrier between you and what you're looking at. You know, you can be so sort of enthralled in capturing that scene that you don't really fully take in what is happening. I know I was reading this this article on a photographer who, it was in Kruger, I believe. He was trying to photograph some of the big tuskers, you know, so the elephants with tusks over 45 kilo. That makes them a tusker. And he was on foot and he was trying to get these photographs, and this elephant charged him. So like I was kind of saying, when you're photographing, there's the potential that you're not really focusing as much on what the animal's doing because you're slightly distracted by your camera. And he kept zooming out as this elephant was charging him, and eventually he thought, gee, let me put my camera down because this elephant seems like it's getting pretty close in the frame. And as he did that, the elephant was about 5 meters away from him and gave him a cover drive with its trunk. He got really badly injured, broke a few ribs and things like that. He did survive to tell the tale. But my mind is wandering. We've gone from rhinos and water to talking about aardvarks washing up on a beach to elephants charging cameramen. I don't quite know how I managed to get to that, but yeah.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Blessbok coming across for a photo bomb here. Wants a bit of love and attention. That's a beautiful posture that he's got. Oh, look at that. His head is up, the ears are forward. Looks like there's a bit of action happening with the zebra in the background. Rhino's got up in his shifting positions. Let's have a look and see if this rhino's now gotten up. Remember, we had a look at that dung midden. That's only about 20 meters on the right hand side here. It'll be interesting to see if this rhino does go to that dung midden. Now it looks like it might be a bull, might be a male. Look at the thickness of the neck of this rhino from here. It's absolutely incredible. Now let's give it a few minutes and see if he does decide to make his way up here. Be lovely if he did and he turned side on and we got an idea of all of the different areas that have been covered by water. Would add such a nice textural image, a textural factor to the image. Maybe while he's deciding what he likes to do, So remember we talked this morning about when the wind does pick up, how a lot of the birds, they like to go onto this island just to rest here. So the wind has really come up in a big way now. See a sacred ibis just cleaning itself there on the right hand side. Yeah, so the wind has really picked up now, and you can see how there's pretty much nobody in the water. It's just one or two yellow-billed ducks, exception to the rule. But all of our hoddiedars, all of our sacred ibis, most of our yellow-billed ducks are up on that island there. I'm just trying to have a careful look. Heard blacksmith lapwings calling earlier today, but I can't seem to spot any for the moment. So some other birds that we could look for around here, in open areas like this, you can quite often look for crowned lapwings that would love to move around open areas. Senegal lapwing is another one that we could definitely look for. Water thickney on the outskirts of the dam itself. Zach, that's a good question. Is there a sort of a set breeding season, a set breeding cycle for rhino? No, there isn't. They're one of the animals that doesn't really have a set breeding cycle. This zebra wanting to have his photo taken. So no, Zach, there isn't. Remember, for the rhinos, the white rhino, the gestation of white rhino is 16 months, whereas for the black rhino it's around 15 months, but there is no set breeding cycle. And just a single calf will be born, of around sort of 40 kilos or so pretty big. Yeah, I'd say an antelope with the most well-known sort of breeding cycle would be the impala. Remember, there's a definite sort of rutting season amongst the males for dominance around April time, April, May. And then usually somewhere around November with the first impala lamb being dropped. And kind of all in a 3-week window. Most of the antelopes, impalas, blesboks, will all be giving birth in summer. So if the feeding is easy, it's plentiful, and that's kind of the theory behind it. So if we go back to the impala again, there will be that little window of about 3 weeks where everybody drops their youngsters, and the theory there is kind of just flooding the market, really, that they're quite vulnerable when they are born, but by there being so many, there's a good chance that a high percentage of them will survive. Yeah, our rhino looks like he's laying back down in the water. I can literally just see the tips of his ears. So he's chosen a slightly trickier spot. That little blesbok being a bit lazy there. Everybody else is standing up and actively feeding, and he's kind of lying down, just nibbling away. I guess if you can't beat them, join them. And amazing to see that difference in color now as well, between the adults and the little youngsters. I mean, look how light and creamy colored, almost like whitish underneath. Remember, with your blessed book, your fully mature ones, both your male and your female will have horns, with the horns of the male being a bit more well built, a bit thicker. Beautiful, nice green grasses there for that little blessed book to be feeding on. You can imagine they must be nice and nutritious. Oh, so I'm just looking behind me at one of the little mud wallows. Completely dry, absolutely caked. We're gonna need a serious rain to be able to soften that soil and fill it back up. I did drive around a little bit having a look to see if I could find a herd of buffalo, or any herd of buffalo, but none in this area around here by Scotia Dam. I headed sort of further northwest as well, checking some of the areas on top of the next ridge line. Didn't get them there either. And I think while we've got a lovely peaceful scene here, everybody slowly grazing away, rhinos wallowing and keeping cool, let's take you across to Alex and see what he's got for us.
Thanks, Nick, and unfortunately not too much on the go here. It did just rain though in Okaukuo. It was quite cool watching. The drops did come down. It's a little clearer now. Birds obviously calling, but quite clearly it's mostly just the sound of birds that we have. So just having a look to see if the springbok are down here, but it doesn't look like that is the case. There's one off in the distance, and we'll go back to see if we can't join it just now. But with it having rained, it has kind of put a dampener on today's proceedings here, at least for the moment. Nice to hear the Egyptian, or the European bee-eaters. The Egyptian geese are somewhere around. The weavers calling as well. And otherwise we're going to just have to zoom in quite far to that springbok. And then kind of moving off to the east of us. Just find out where our springbok is. Of course, we're just going to have to zoom in. And I think it's just behind the tree at the moment. So we'll just have to wait and see. I could see it kind of moving off in the distance, but it could very well have gotten behind the thickets as well. And unfortunately then, there we go, just moving throughout the other side of the thicket there. Moving rather fast, and we will lose visual now. Guinea fowl still calling as well. So we'll try and see how long we can make out this springbok for. But it looks like the others that also were in the area have also left. The springbok has now gone behind the thicket. We'll just have to wait here and see if it does pop out. Of course, it is very possible that it will kind of straight off towards the Mopani thickets as well. We'll just have to wait and see. So it is kind of sneaking off there to the left of us. Try, as I said, keep it around for us to watch for as long as possible, but they're rather quiet today. Hi Jasmine, and Jasmine wanting to know about how birds cool themselves. And there's a process that birds do called gular flapping, much like panting. They will do that. So of course, those that obviously wade and swim will obviously use water then to also cool themselves like that. And obviously, if there were a breeze, and obviously if it was hot, try and take on the cooler weather in that form as well. But of course, birds also use wind and thermals, such as vultures and other birds of prey, to their advantage. But generally, the process of gular flapping is how a bird would then try and cool itself off. Of course, bathing as well, or bathing, that might also aid a bird as well. So bird baths, as well as keeping them clean and keeping those parasites off their feathers, could also then aid and help them to kind of cool down too. You can just hear the Egyptian geese, and of course, just trying to keep the springbok around for as long as possible. I have a feeling it's going to move off quite quickly. And then we will put our attention on the dam. So it does look like we have lost our visual, or we're going to lose it very quickly, of the springbok. I'm going to come back to the dam, but for those of you who have joined us, please obviously do be aware that this is a live and immersive experience. So if you have any questions, comments, things you'd like to tell us or would like to know, please do send those through. It's always great interacting with you when you have tuned in. And of course, letting you know to the best of our abilities what it is that you want answered. So do send those through. So we're going to try and locate the Egyptian goose family for the moment. The springbok has left us. A couple of lapwings still around, the southern masked weavers. And otherwise, just a quiet and very relaxed moment here at the waterhole. Looks like the Egyptian geese aren't really at the waterhole at the moment. So we'll just have to find some of the egrets and that are around. Let's look over here. So the lapwings still doing their thing. Beautiful grebe. That looks like a hammerkop, to be completely honest. Or a Cape Crow. I'm going to have to get in a little closer. Indeed, it is a Hammerkop. So the first one I've seen here, or located at least here in Okakuyo. Nice to see. Very different bird. I really wasn't expecting that. And the rain starting to fall again. So the rain clearly starting to fall again, but a nice surprise with a Hammerkop that has joined us here in Okakuyo. The first one I've seen here. Really nice to see them. They are really cool birds. Of course, the name being derived from the shape of their head, a hammerhead, Hammerkop. This one obviously skating around, pretty closely related to storks and egrets as well. See that very sharp bill of theirs. Used almost as like a spear. But, just trying to keep track of the Hammerkop. As I said, nice different bird. Cool to see something different. But rain slowly starting to get a little heavier, it seems. Hi Lisa, thanks for your question. And Hammerkops will eat little fish, little frogs, other amphibians, invertebrates. And the like. So much like other waders, such as, and perhaps even here, maybe even going for a young terrapin if there was one around. But and perhaps even scavenging on any carcass that might be found in the waterhole as well. But much like the storks, egrets, herons taking on, predatory kind of quarry or prey. So going after things like young frogs or little frogs, other invertebrates, and small fish and that as well. Perhaps even the odd young terrapin. It is also known that in the bush, it's one of the things guards and those will avoid. And you see the blacksmith lapwings coming in and kind of giving that Hammerkop a bit of a hard time. But it is deemed to be very bad luck if you drive underneath a Hammerkop nest and one flies out. So in particular areas, it is something that is avoided by all who are traversing. So scooting quite a distance at the moment. Clearly not happy where he was. She was. Just come out a little bit. clearly on quite the extensive foraging mission, this Hammerkop, at the moment. Sit. Trying and attempting to hunt. Hi, Chris, thanks for your question. And we find Hammerkops basically throughout sub-Saharan Africa, generally associated also with water bodies. They build very big nests, and as I said, some cultures just need to be very bad luck if you drive underneath one and the Hammerkop then flies out. But those big nesting structures, sometimes on the top of those, Egyptian geese will nest on top of those too, used by a number of others then perhaps if they are vacated, but pretty unmistakable when you do see one. Something I did not expect to see here in Etosha, but I think perhaps with all the rain and birds also having wings and being able to disperse, this one probably has come from east of us, going west, and taking advantage of the bounty of food that is available, and of course water sources and that are obviously present. But that is just my theory. It could be very wrong, but first Hammerkop that I've seen here at least. Hi, White Man. Thanks for your comment. And yes, it is also the first for me as well, a first Hammerkop that we've seen here at Okakuya. So I'm sure for all of us, it's probably the first time to tick it off the list. But nice to see something different. Of course, the rain still falling and the Hammerkop still foraging. Rather raucous little bird call of the spurfowl, the red-billed spurfowl that is found here. It looks like the rain coming and falling ever faster now. But actually quite a cool little scene here, a little silhouette of the Hammerkop, and of course the raindrops hitting the surface of the water. Our Hammerkop has been chased off by that lapwing. Just zoom out to try locate it again. Always a funny dynamic that does go on, and lapwings are pretty temperamental at the best of times. Hi, Justin. They come in this uniform brown color of theirs, the black bull. That is the color of the Hammerkop. So, uniform brown. Trying to get a little closer onto it. Nice audio of the European bee eaters too. So the rain definitely doing its job. Of course, it might not be the greatest for us in terms of having animal life around at the moment, but definitely adding to the ability of those animals to survive. So no complaints really. It's nice to see it coming down. And of course it really is adding to this lovely green. So keeping that lovely green that has now come throughout the concrete. Almost like a little green carpet that has flushed through. Nice to see. But, getting a little heavier. Hi Arctic Circle, thank you very much for your question. Arctic Circle wanting to know what birds have a symbiotic relationship. So when it comes to symbiotic and neutral, we need to make a distinction between the two. So obviously symbiosis is obviously a close or prolonged association between two or more different biological species. So it can be symbiotic or mutualistic. It's obviously commensalism, parasitism, and obviously competition that then also occurs within relationships that happen in the bush or in the natural world as well. So in terms of birds that would then have that relationship, you would think that wading birds, or waterfowl at least, so when they are in big numbers, so in areas such as the Okavango, or in areas maybe where it may be starting to become the dry season, so things like storks and other waterfowl then wading through and trying to catch fish that might be around. So pelicans then may be benefiting as well off of that, then disturbing those fish or other amphibians and things or invertebrates that might be in the water. So different species then of storks, egrets even that might be around, pelicans as well, so amongst the waterfowl. I would think that there would be more of a symbiotic relationship then. But also there are two species of flamingo, lesser and greater. And of course when they occur together, that would also then, I suppose, have some form of mutualistic relationship, symbiosis going on between them. Another one where you actually have pygmy falcons nesting within sociable weavers' nests and in those colonies and helping that out. So that would be an example of mutualism and some form of symbiosis or symbiotic relationship then happening within that, because those pygmy falcons are known to then go after venomous snakes that might then come through, such as Cape cobras that might be wanting to try and raid the weavers' nests, so acting as some form of protection, and of course then being able to nest and roost within those weavers' nests. So off the top of my head, that is kind of my best examples of that at the moment. I need to just think a little harder, but off the top of my head, those are some examples of symbiosis and some mutualism as well that goes on in the bird world.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So through the rain we did locate our springbok. They have come out and you'll actually be able to notice the European beaters as they fly through. So that kind of very iconic flying shape that they do then have, almost looking like Spitfires. Those old English World War II fighter planes and Spitfires. The bee-eaters have a very characteristic and very similar shape to those, and you'll see them coming through the frame. And I can see one or two guinea fowl as well. But really a great scene at the moment. So nice just to watch, very peaceful of course. But a couple of springbok, the European bee-eaters hawking insects, and the guinea fowl plodding around in the background. So we are just enjoying a quiet scene here. Nice to have the springbok popping in and about. And of course, nice to actually get a little bit of visual of the European bees. It's tough to see them, but they are really pretty when you do get to see them up close. Lovely colors on them. And also cool to see those guinea fowl. They're rather relaxed at the moment also, just foraging along through the green there. The springbok kind of shooting about, some staying in frame, some not. That was rather far away as well. So I'm going to zoom back out to try to see if we can't find anyone that is closer. Otherwise we will just attempt to view them here anyway. But definitely enjoying cooler weather. A couple more on this side here. Try to get a look at them. So, a rather cool and enjoyable moment here in Okaukuejo. Nice to see the rain, good to see the springbok eventually, and of course, a highlight of the Hammerkop that was around. But it's time for us to go in and check what is happening with Nick down in Korea again.
Where it is still the deep chill for our rhino. Plonking bums in the water. Something gave them a fright there. I can hear an Egyptian goose quacking on the other side, so I assume it was a goose. So I would assume for these rhinos that relatively soon they're going to start to get up, start to get a little bit active, potentially start to move around for the afternoon, do a little bit of feeding. I'm just trying to have a look and see. It looks like it could be Tundi on the left hand side there. You can see she's got a lovely wet watermark on the left hand side. Let me zoom out and show you here. These little Yarraville ducks, they're having like a little game of tag or something that's going on here. They keep running after and chasing each other. It's quite funny. They're going like little bouts, you know, like a boxer has like round 1, 2, 3, 4. These little ducks are like kind of going at each other, then stopping, then running around. And obviously it's Murphy's Law that they've stopped running around now because I talked about them. But let's have a look and see. Plenty of them. None of them in the water, seeing as the wind is up. 2 sacred ibis doing their thing. Come on guys, do us a solid here. Little afternoon snack going down here. So I've just repositioned myself slightly. This is where we did have the whole group of Blesbok earlier. They've all moved off, it's just this one that is left. And nice to get a little bit closer, and that it's so accepting of us being so close here. Like I've mentioned, that the wind is starting to blow a lot harder now, and generally when that happens, the antelope, they get a bit more skitsy, they're not as comfortable. So lovely that we can be this close and watch natural behavior. You know, this animal is doing exactly what it would be doing if we weren't here. And that's the name of the game. That's what we want. You know, everybody wants to see the most amazing sightings, but sensitivity to the animal is the name of the game. Look at the markings on the face. Look at those whiter areas on the face. There was a little alarm call that we saw there. So you can see now why it's called the Blesbok, with the blaze on the face there. Olivia, 100%. Such a wide variety of different animals, to go from rhinos to some nice birds to Blesbok. Maybe just now we'll be lucky enough and potentially see some zebra coming down to drink. Nah, he doesn't want to stick around for too long. Yeah, he is sending it. I think he's off to go and rejoin the herd. Oh, let's let him go off and do his thing. Yeah, so I think that Blesbok was going to join the rest of the herd. They're quite a distance away, and you'll end up making me swivel and rotate an extra 150 degrees. So these rhinos are taking it easy, very nice and peaceful here. They're not going anywhere too fast. Talking about zebra, I can see we've actually got 1 or 2 zebra starting to make their way in. It'll be lovely if they do come down and maybe have a little bit of a drink for us. A little bit of argy-bargy going on with the zebra here. Let me see if I can show you. So Scotia Dam still providing the goods for us here. There's our first view zebra, just peacefully resting away. And then these two up here seem to be having a small domestic. So let's see what they've got to say for us. Definitely not sticking around. Interesting when you compare the markings of this one walking in the front and with the one directly behind it at the back. That one at the back's almost more, looks kind of more white than black, as opposed to the one at the front in the foreground looks more black and white. It's a lovely pose though, those two in the background. Now, I'm sure it's really just a matter of time before all of these zebras do head down to the water just to have a drink. They've come from quite a way off the direction of the river itself, where they may well have had a drink there, but I would say for a lot of the animals in the area, this waterhole's more open. It's going to be a firm favorite, I'd say. You can see right at the back those two zebra that are resting their heads on each other. That looks like Stompy, the one on the right hand side, who's got that very short tail. Sandy, in terms of these zebras standing close to each other like that, you see how they're each looking in opposite directions. So they kind of, I'll watch your back if you watch mine. So they've now essentially got almost pretty much 360 degrees covered. So in terms of looking for potential threats, they're doing each other a solid. But also in terms of that posture, a lot of body contact, a lot of physical contact, and that's going to help strengthen the bonds of those two individuals there. Like I was saying, it's a very sort of interesting stripe pattern, this one on the left hand side. Stompy on the right there, sort of facing right to left. Definitely his black markings are a lot bolder compared to that other one on the left hand side. And that's just genetic differences. It's not like it's a different breed of zebra. All of these are Burchell zebra that we've got here, so all the same species that we're having a look at. That kind of sums up the day here at Kariega. This posture between the two zebra. Peaceful. And we have spent pretty much most of the day by Scotia Dam, and I mean they're not far away. They're 30 meters away from the water, so they've got themselves a good little spot here. Yeah, maybe they're going to start to head down to the water now. You can see that head bobbing that's going on. Remember, there's often lots of eggs and things from botflies that get laid in the nasal cavities, and I'm sure that's what we're seeing there. See, we've got some warthog right in the back there. Have a look and see. Maybe I'll just pan to the left hand side here. You can see most of them have kind of moved to the left. There's one popping out. There is a potential chance that if they do keep moving all the way along, remember we've got those rhinos that are resting in the water, that those rhinos hearing a lot of splishing and splashing might stand up just to double check and see what's happening. But in the meantime, while they're frolicking around behind this little island, let's take you across to Alex's at the Djuma Dam Camp.
So, our springbok are still here in the distance. So it is time for us also to head across to Djuma and see what's going on there, where it isn't raining. And some interesting things to see. So clearly we have come across to Djuma right now, and there were the warthogs once again. They had just been on the other side of the waterhole here at Gari Dam, or the dam at least, but trying to get a location on them, and there they are. So them and the Egyptian geese, nice to see them. I'm going for a closer look, but good that they've hung around for the majority of the day. Just 3 of them in frame at the moment, and of course 1 Egyptian goose and 2 goslings. So nice that they have come through. Nice to also have the woodland kingfisher calling for us at the moment. So a peaceful little interlude right now. Of course, foraging warthogs and and Egyptian geese. Very cool to see. We are going to just stick with them and just enjoy a little moment watching how both mammal and bird forage along the dam edge. So both kind of taking that new shoot that is popping through and thoroughly enjoying it. Hi Nathan, sorry, I do just need to get your comms there, your question again. Hi Nathan, and that's a very interesting question. Nathan wanting to know what is the most common plant that is found in the bush. And Nathan, that really will depend on the area that we're in. And perhaps it comes down to species more so than plant. But one thing is for sure, you do get Mopani, and Mopani is in fact the second most distributed or widely found tree in the world, other than the conifers up north in the northern hemisphere. So Mopani being the second most prevalent tree in the world, other than the conifers. So the Mopani is then found from areas such as Pridelands, all the way then up north throughout eastern Africa as well. So up into Zimbabwe, across into Botswana, Zambia, Tanzania, of course, Mozambique. So very, very wide distribution of Mopani. But things, I mean, obviously grasses as well. So different types of the seed grasses and that. I'm not the best with grasses, but I'm assuming there definitely is types of grasses as well that are very prevalent. Of course, there is also seasonal, so seasonality amongst plants as well. So those that flower and fruit, also very interesting. But in terms of the most widely distributed, perhaps Mopani would be the most widely distributed tree, commonly found tree, at least in sub-Saharan Africa. But it could also come down to species, like I mentioned. So the Senegalias, the old acacias, those perhaps also obviously very iconic, but perhaps the species also being very widely distributed and very prevalent. But I would lean towards grasses, one of the grasses probably being the most common plant. Dogs, I think, getting back into the wallow. So just here where the dam kind of meets the drainage. Of course, the boar enjoying a bit of a drink.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So we're currently sitting with our Egyptian geese and also just listening to the audio of that African cuckoo in the background. Very cool sound to hear. Of course, the warthog have left us and they've gone wallowing, but nice to see these geese around foraging. Having a look to see also if the warthog have decided to pop out of the wallow. It doesn't seem that they have. Just have a look down here because it's very possible that they might travel down the drainage line. Of course, keeping an eye out for anything else that might be around today. Come back and join the geese now. Just having a little pan around. Just trying to locate and see if anything else has come through to join us. Doesn't seem like we are lucky at the moment. Obviously the warthog just out of sight and we can't pick up on them. So we'll go back and sit with our Egyptian geese for now. Looks like foraging over, perhaps a bit of swimming, but that could change quite quickly with them as well. Two goslings in the water, and one of the adults, again ever present, constant beady eye on these young goslings. Hi Jennifer, thanks for your question. That is a very interesting question. What is the most solitary animal? I suppose that might spark debate. Could argue that leopard is perhaps the most solitary. Although we did touch on it earlier that of course in an area such as this where there is high density of leopard, they do share resources. Of course they do then try to avoid each other as well, but they do have crossover with regards to their home ranges. They do share resources too, but perhaps leopard, maybe some of the other smaller cat species as well, so perhaps African wildcat, serval maybe to some degree, caracal too, but it really does depend also again on the area, the numbers of those species, how dense their population might be. But I would think it would be one of the cat species. So for me, yes, one of the cat species, probably the most solitary, at least here in the bush. So we are just sitting here in Djuma, just enjoying a quiet moment with our Egyptian goose family. Kelly's swimming, they were foraging. And the warthog that we were just watching also disappeared into the drainage line. So these guys who are around, a little bit of a bathe going on at the moment. Fun and games though with the two goslings, it seems too. And just a peaceful interlude. Hi Jojo, thank you very much and thanks for tuning in. It has been very interesting. Awesome to see some interesting things, some different things as well. Nice to also see some rain up in Okakuyo in Etosha. As afternoon starts to really get underway, the wind slowly starting to pick up. Here in Djuma, must be rather hot, that wind, I'm sure. Very, very warm. So just an interesting scene. Nice to see these guys wading and wallowing through down there. The wallowing going on, of course, with the warthogs. There's an African pied wagtail there now as well. But a little preening and cleaning session going on for the geese. Nice just to see. Nice to pick up that African pied wagtail as well. Just quite cool watching and getting an insight into the lives of these Egyptian geese. Hi David, thank you for your question. And there are a number of substrates and nest forms that Egyptian goose could take up. It could be a scrape on the ground, it could be up in a tree, in urban areas, sometimes on the top of chimneys or roofs. So it really does depend on where we are viewing or looking at those Egyptian geese, but very widespread, obviously as the name suggests as well. But yeah, very interesting bird, closely related to the sheldrake, as I mentioned earlier. So I'm going to zoom back out again. I'm going to see if the warthog haven't come out of the wallow just yet. Try and get a closer look at them. Otherwise, we'll come and join our Egyptian goose family once again. Crested barbet as well calling in the background. You can just hear the smacking of those Egyptian geese wings as they have their ablutions or get about their ablutions. And there are our warthogs. So as I suspected, they might pop out further down the drainage. We'll get a closer view on them. I'm sure a bit more foraging and kind of grazing going to be happening now. Looks like they are rather muddy. Got that sunscreen on for the afternoon. They are kind of stuck behind the trees. So we'll spend some time with the boar. And when the others come into view, we'll have a look. But you can clearly see, definitely being in the mud. Very cool. It's quite interesting about the boars as well, as they're known to actually stay up a bit later than, say, the sows or the piglets, sometimes up to 2 hours later than when the others retreat into their burrows for the evening. So it's an interesting fact about warthog boars, that are actually known to be out and about for a bit longer sometimes than piglets and sows. One or two of the others coming into frame, and a rather muddy bunch. A little bit of argy-bargy going on here at the moment. Play. Quite cool just to watch that scooting about like that. The piglets really do zoom about quite quickly. As I said, when they do run off, you do see those tails go really straight up and erect. Kind of that's the only sign that you'll see if they in thick grass or long grass. Looks like they're heading towards another form of the wallow where the elephants like to wallow, at least when they come down. I'm just going to have to wait and see if they do want to come out and stick with us. Just want to see where that other one went. Looks like also into the drainage. So I'm hoping they'll pop out again. We'll just have to keep track on the drainage line for now, but there is a little wallow there, so we'll just have to wait and see what does happen. Try and pick out any shapes that do move. So it seems like these warthog are giving us the slip at the moment. I think back in the wallows, just off that little clump of tree over here, just as you can see where the drainage line starts. So it does look like that is where they're hiding at the moment. We'll wait for a few more moments, otherwise we'll join our Egyptian geese again. So they have decided to pop out again. I'm going to zoom in back on the warthogs. Sometimes shows you a little bit of patience does pay off. So with patience, we did eventually get our warthogs, and they did pop out. So fantastic for them to do that for us. I'm just going to sit here and watch two of the younger piglets. I'm just going to watch and see what is going on with them. Hi Sam, and thanks for commenting. It is fantastic to have these warthog here. It's not every day we get to see them, so nice that they're treating us like they are. So good just to switch off and just enjoy them. A little bit of wallowing still going on, and of course just foraging any of those new fresh green shoots that are also popping out. Lots of that around. Good food for them too. They'll also just be able to make out the splashing sounds of the Egyptian geese. They also go about their ablutions. But cool just to sit back and just enjoy these piglets while they are around for the moment. Very cool indeed. Hi William, thanks very much for your question. And it'll be generally measured in inches, and they can take up to 20 years or so to grow. So obviously those tusks grow throughout their lifetime, and obviously older boars generally have the bigger tusks. But in terms of a record size, or I suppose the greatest size of them, I'll have to have a look up for that. But just so you are aware, obviously after around 20 years or so in terms of their growth. Of course, it is around what their lifespan is in the wilderness or in the bush. But in captivity that does increase. Of course, in certain other areas it might increase as well. But yeah, on average it's around 10 to 11 inches, so that's 25 to around 30 odd centimeters long. But in terms of the biggest, I'll have to find that out. also hear the chagras as well as the greenback Cameroptera. I'm still trying to just figure out what actually the record length was, but I mean 30 centimeters is obviously very big, huge. So from what I can see and what I've been able to pick up is that the record length of a warthog's tusks were double the size of what I just said, around 60 centimeters. So that really is massive. That must have been a really massive old boar. Susan, thank you very much for your question. And no, they're not monogamous. They are, well, there's a level of polygamy that does go on. It is very often, and such is the case here, that we have two sows with the boar. So and that can change, but yeah. So it is often that we do see more than one sow with a boar as well, and that can change up. You know, if one is lost due to predators, it is very possible for them to link up with another or find another mate pair and you know, continue with life from there. So not monogamous in nature, no. Kind of just sticking to the drain line at the moment. We might lose sight of them again, but I think they'll come back out. Looks like they're coming back towards the water's edge. Just gonna have to wait and see. Just be able to make almost like a little shadow walking through that grass. Looks like they've kind of slunk off at the moment. Zoom back out. We'll just have to wait and see. Otherwise, what we will do. There we go. We've got some other friends that have decided to join us. Some in Nyala. And I did mention that they were around earlier, but we just didn't get them when we were looking. But fantastic to have picked them up as well. So, nice way to kind of end off the afternoon here in Djuma. They've also snuck off into a little drainage line. Chasing one or two little piglets out. Of course, there's that other one that is a bit clear too, so let's just wait to see them come out.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody. Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
kind of have disappeared into the drainage line, but the Inyala have popped out. So I'm just going to follow them. We see one ewe, and actually jokes, 2 young Inyala rams, or bulls. Bulls to be, really. So you can see how that dimorphism starts to come through. Horns starting to grow, obviously getting far darker, developing those stockings and the manes or beards. So very cool to see. Nice to have all 3 of them out. Get back into the shade. And we'll sit with them for as long as possible. Just a very cool senior, and for those of you obviously that have tuned in, next week from the 23rd to the 27th of January, Wild Earth is doing back to school, and we're looking for schools to partake in this. So we invite classes from schools worldwide to join us for the first hour of the Sunset Safari on any day of the week. And if you're a teacher, or if you know of any other teachers, please do head through to wildearth.tv/kids to join in with the fun. We really have had an awesome escape to nature today. It has been very cool. Lots going on across the different locations. And just a nice way, really, to get stuck in and immerse ourselves. It looks like an impala slowly coming out the bush there as well. I think the Inyala are making their way down to the water's edge. The warthog have definitely, 1 or 2 have come out as well. So a nice way just to end off our escape to nature before we get on to the rest of the day's programs. Obviously continuing straight after this with Penguin Beach and then the Sunset Safari. It's a nice way just for us just to sit back and enjoy the last few moments here. Lovely Inyala that are present. So as thought, these Inyala have made their way down to the water's edge. Thinking a little bit of a drink going on. Still that African pied wagtail that is around. We'll just follow them around Gari Dam for the moment. Bushrock calling again. These guys are being a little skittish around the water now. I'm not too sure why. They aren't any crocs in here, but I suppose rather be wary than not, get caught off guard. So very, very cool. But sadly, it is that time of the day where we do have to wrap up and say goodbye to everyone. Obviously, thank you for joining, and do stay tuned. As I said, Penguin Beach is just after this, and the Sunset Safari following that. And of course, do join us again tomorrow as we escape to nature, 08:30 Central African time. But for those of you that have joined us today, thank you again. Thanks to everyone else, all the other locations, the MC, and of course the wildlife and the natural world too. So just going to leave you with these peaceful scenes of the Inyala and some Egyptian geese on the other side of the dam.